Mwah. Thank you. Hi everyone. That's better. I don't know why that keeps on happening. I just need to. I'll get a post. My post-it notes are in my stationery drawer to my left here. I'll put a post. There's a collection of post-it notes sitting off the edge of my laptop about different things to do with my games, things to do with my research, and things to do with my actual setup. So you can see me and hear me. I get so much help from everyone. Hello, hello. Sorry, we'll go back to the beginning. Mwah. Is that a book, Scribby? Thanks, Dan. Mwah.
Hello and welcome to a very special Downstream IRL here at Earth Hackney. You may have heard of this guy, Zack. I don't know if this is just your training as an actor, but you look happy to be here.
I mean, it's a very, very lovely cheer. Thank you very much, everyone.
You told me something
Could you
backstage.
imagine if I went, no, I'm actually really, really anxious and upset. I want to be anywhere but talking to you, Ash.
What? You know, my husband told me the exact same thing earlier today. You actually told me something backstage which I really think that you ought to share with the group, something about a hidden talent.
Ash, I can't believe you're doing this to me. So today, Spike, the right-wing journalist, put a picture together of me and Mum.
I get you, Dan. I understand. I try to give everyone here a little bit of hope, at least. Feeling that education. Show everyone. I am an opinionated woman, after all. We are indeed. We're in high spirits up here as well, John. Praise be. Zack, the chant. Hi, Zack. And look, pressure from the left. She's getting rid of the two-child cap, at least. That's something. Nice. Quite possibly, John. Nice one, Scribby. Cool. Just like any good, filthy little capitalist pro that I am, I'll put it on my Amazon wish list. Don't get me wrong, there's still bookstores here in Glasgow that I can go to, still Waterstones and shit like that. Is there any other fucking bookstores? I've got a couple of independent bookstores in the West End, and one on Great Western Road and one on Byres Road. And quite a lot of Oxfam does book-based ones now. There's one on Byres Road. Give me my chat back. Simless bastard is being a simless bastard. So yeah, I can maybe I'll go to Waterstones or something in the new year and get it.
Darnie and said the failed theatre kids. As if comparing me to Mum Darnie is something that's going to, make me upset and really cry.
So what do you mean I'm handsome and successful?
Quite, right? And so what they don't know, and I suppose I'm revealing now, is I used to break dance.
I was talking to Shanna and Cappy about that. Don't get me wrong, there are still obviously communists and Marxists and social democrats in the States, but they are drowned out by liberals and neo-wankery bastards, essentially, because of the duopoly there. Just I despise the Republicans for many, many reasons. The Democrats are fucking horrible. They're terrible what they're meant to be doing. They're meant to be challenging the GOP at this point. And what Chuck Schumer doing is deeply fucking cynical in my opinion. Just no. Chuck, fuck off. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I love Tony Benn for what he does. I despise his son for reasons. He gave up his title. He gave up his privilege, becoming an MP and being a socialist. I appreciate the stuff that he done back in the day. Obviously, he'd been going since about the 60s and shit like that, because he was old when he died. But yeah, don't get me wrong. I did have some problems with Tony Benn. But on the whole, for what he was doing, he was fairly decent. Human, obviously. Oh, sweet. Nice one. Thank you, Scribby. Much appreciated. There's also leftist book retailers online and stuff that I try to go to. Like my other than Black Shirts and Reds, which I got off of Amazon because it was the first one I got told about. All the other Parenti ones that I've got, which are currently sitting in a box in the bedroom through that wall over there. I got them off leftist bookstores that were based in Europe and here in the UK. Oh, sweet! I hope you have fun, John. And make good connections. We all need to be better at doing communications and connecting with people. Obviously, slightly difficult for myself. That's why I'm part of the Green, so I can join online through Zoom. Or, well, it's mostly Zoom, sometimes it's Skype, but it's going to be Zoom for the emergency meeting that we're having because of those defections. I'll be there. And if I do manage to get down IRL, I'm going to try and do a cost Patrick if he's there. Just talk to him and say, can I put this interview up on stream? I'm sure he'd be alright with it. I will be just asking him what it's like being an MSP and stuff like that. How we can do more reach out and shit like that. Be good. I'm not entirely sure if Ross is on a wrong bit. So Patrick's part of the Glasgow branch. Round of applause for Mr. the Brazen. Nice one, John. If you hear or see anything that I say online here, feel free to borrow, feel free to nick. This is a communal space where we all talk and discuss things. And if I say something that you might like that can be talked about down in Bradford, feel free to nick it.
But now with dodgy knees and Achilles ankles, it's not going to happen. Sorry, Ash, I know you're trying to get that scoop.
We were actually sprinkling talc down at the front to assist with the spinning. So look, right now, at the time that we're speaking, the Greens are just a couple of points behind Labour in national polling. You might catch up with them fairly soon. You might even overtake them. Are you surprised?
No,
oh yeah, we've got a Green Party member, at least one. Have you been surprised by the pace at which the Green Party has grown, or was this always the plan?
I mean, it was the plan, but the speed at which it's happened. There's even been some polls where we have overtaken the Labour government. In fact, the second one came out a couple of days ago on Find Out Now. And although it's surprising because I think, you'd be pretty weird if you were like, the plan is always going
to Find Out Now, the weighting that they put on certain polls, people from certain areas with political views, blah, 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 the weighting that they put into their polls is kind of jank. They're mostly quite good at promoting reform for reasons because of the weighting that they put onto the polls and shit like that. The gold standard one, don't get me wrong, I've got problems with YouGov. YouGov is a lot better. They've been doing it for longer, obviously. Find Out Now is relatively young, I believe. activist. I hated what they done. They called oh God, the fucking wank Douglas Murray like a lecturer, and they called Pfizer. That was a question time, by the way, everyone. And they called Pfizer an activist. No, she's an actual lecturer. She's a very well respected lecturer. So get wrecked, BBC, with how you categorised those two people for one fucking question time. Get wrecked. Community activist. I don't know. I have problems with the word activist, let's just put it that way. I'm here for you, John. Don't you worry, though.
Going to work out. I'm absolutely convinced. I think it's not a surprise that it's working out when you think about how bad this Labour government are behaving, particularly in light of the announcements made today. But also on the flip side of that, how much hope has been missing from politics. And actually, wherever I am, on the bus, in the street, in the barbers just now, people kind of stopping at the window to say, I'm feeling really, really hopeful. I'm feeling hopeful again. I think politics has been missing that for a long time. And whilst I'm really, really pleased to be some of the vehicle for that, where people are finding the hope, the bit I'm really interested in is what comes next. What does it look like when people go back to their communities, really engage, really get involved, really organise, and make that difference on the ground?
Well, I want to ask you a little bit about what comes next, because there's something which to me sounds a little bit like its intention, which is on the one hand you say, look, we're here to replace the Labour Party, so vote Green, that's what we want you to do. And on the other hand, you've talked about the fact that helping fascist Farage into power is a red line for you. In some seats, there'll be a straight run between Labour and Reform. So how do you square these two things that you're saying, which is one, we're here to replace the Labour Party, don't let this government hold your votes hostage. But on the other, you've described Reform as a fascist party, and surely that creates a different kind of moral imperative.
Well, I think the way this question often gets asked is, will you work with other left-wing parties or centre-left parties? And I think the first thing to say is this Labour Party is not a left-wing party. When we have Shabana Mahmood going around saying that she's going to seize the jewellery of the assets of people seeking asylum. As a Jewish person with Jewish ancestry, that's literally what the Nazis will have done to my ancestors. And so we see this with the ongoing genocide in Gaza, we see it with disability cuts, we see it with the two-child benefit cap. So then I go, the general election is not tomorrow, and actually we have time to build this movement, and we're all heading in the right direction. And actually it comes back to the premise of your question. Replacing the Labour Party looks like saying there shouldn't be any Labour Reform seats, because actually we need to turn those seats into Green versus Reform seats and make sure that the Green Party beat the Reform Party. Now, does that sound like a stretch from where we are now? Yes. And to come back to your first question, we are exponentially growing. We're getting thousands of new members every single day. We're starting to poll above the Labour government. So I don't think it becomes long before you say to the Labour Party, come on, you're splitting the vote. Like, ultimately, this is a Green versus Reform party. And if Keir Starmer, last thing I'll say, but if Keir Starmer doesn't feel like he can change anything, or if he feels like he's making despair normal again, his whole thing is there's no alternative, it has to be this way, then why is he even in politics? What is the point of being a Labour politician at this point?
So on this...
Well said, Zack. Well said. Douglas Murray got a reputation at university for writing a book before dropping out. I would have written a fantastic book at my uni if professors and tutors helped me to write it, as Murray's did. That is getting pinned for half an hour. recognition gets pinned. I recognise you, Scribby.
It's like you're saying, okay, well, look at the pace of growth of the Green Party, look at how well we're doing in the polls. Does that mean that you're going to be expanding your target seats beyond the 39 or 40 where the Greens came second?
Yes, so during the leadership campaign, I was saying that I hope to win 30 to 40 MPs. And so, you know, that would still be an amazing achievement. I'm not going to knock that, but it is starting to feel under-ambitious. Because actually what's happened with all of these new members is new resources and new people on the ground saying, actually, I want to campaign in my local area too. And so those 39 seats, I think, are the starting place to look for. But actually, it's really telling that Ellie Chowns and Adrian Ramsey came from 4th and 5th place to go to 1st place. So actually, 2nd place isn't the limitation to winning a Green seat. The limitation is having the right messaging, the right resourcing, and the right volunteers on the ground. And actually, that's starting to happen in more and more seats. So the next question, because you're a very good journalist, is how many seats are you going to go for, Zack?
How many seats are you going to contest?
And it's just too soon at the moment to know that. But what I will say is almost on a weekly basis, we're going back to the drawing board and saying, that's still not ambitious enough for what's happening right now. And the more that we see reform kind of growing and the more that we see the Labour Party pandering to reform, that is an insane electoral strategy. If people wanted Nigel Farage a reform, they'd just vote for reform. And I think the more that Labour spiral into this awful, toxic, divisive politics, the more there is a space for a hopeful, ambitious party like the Green Party, and we absolutely intend to take that opportunity.
I can see you're impressing these people. So I've got to come up with a real shitter of a question now. At the moment, there is a pretty sizable debate on the left, and this is really a result of a high-profile conflict that's occurring within your party. But I want to ask you to address this about your vision for the Green Party. How broad a church do you want it to be? What's the window of tolerance for the range of perspectives you're comfortable seeing in your membership?
Well, first of all, I think it can be really broad, particularly in terms of geography, so I'd start there. I was speaking to Yanis Varoufakis yesterday for my podcast, Bold Politics. Always plug a podcast.
Did someone wolf whistle Yanis Varoufakis?
He probably deserves it.
Find God.
And Yanis was very lovely. People will be able to see the podcast, and he said he was really excited by the political project I was doing, and he felt like it was the right one, and he very much offered his kind of public and private support. And he said during it, I think there are seats that maybe you can't win, places like in the Northeast, for instance. And actually, Green Party membership has overdone
minute. Settings. Settings. Okay. Oi, oi. Hoi, hoi. My back! Zack, fuck. Hello. Sorry about that.
Doubled in the last
Oh.
2 months.
Praise be for leftist audio.
But actually, the place that it's gone highest is London, right here in Hackney, actually. And the second place is in the northeast. And I think that's what that's speaking to, is places like the northeast that reform is not some kind of abstract threat. You've got reform winning councils there. And I think people there are going, actually, joining the Green Party and getting involved.
Case in point, Durham. Delightful. Reza, where are you? Our resident northeast resident, resident northeaster is Reza Lindsay. Reza, we need you. They. He, they, I can't remember. Sorry, Reza, I can't remember your pronouns. Reza can can give the information about what it's like on the ground there. He's in the northeast. There in the northeast.
It's not nice to have. It's not like a hobby to do at the weekend. This is something that is existential for our city and for our politics. And so more and more people are getting involved. So in terms of how broad can the coalition be, I think that's about the Green Party continuing to do what we already are, which is being the lead opposition party and saying we are going to take on both this failing Labour government, but actually we're absolutely going to take the fight to reform. Now, in terms of politics, beyond geography, there are core principles of the Green Party. We are anti-racist, anti-homophobia, transphobia, misogyny, and those are not kind of negotiables. In terms of the politics of our policies, so the one that drives me crazy, and I'll go straight there, is people say to me, I'm really, really worried about reform. I'm really, really worried about fascism. I love everything that you and the Green Party are doing. I'd get involved, but I don't like your policy on nuclear energy. Like, it's a very, very specific policy. And my answer, beyond me having the discussion about nuclear energy, is we're a fully democratic party. We are one member, one vote. We have policy working groups. Any member, whether they've been in the party for 20 years or they join...
For more on that, talk to Helena. She's a Green Party member and part of Greens Organise, as most of us know that anyway. So for more on that, feel free to reach out to Helena on our Discord. The judiciary fucking is amazing. Lots of good people there. I'm slowly pinching you all, well, borrowing all of yous for my Discord as well. And lots of Kevolutionaries as well. Correct, Dan. Correct. Oh Christ, it's mixed for me with nuclear. I do keep on screaming, into the fucking void, do more tidal! The renewables, just fucking put wind farms on Rannochmoor for fuck's sake. There's lots of places to the north of me, well, to the north behind me, that way I'm facing south. There is great swaths of Scotland that you can put wind turbines on that no one will fucking say. And trust me, birds do avoid them. They're not completely fucking clueless. And most of the ones they keep on worrying about are either low level, they're below the height of the wind turbines, and all the other ones, all the raptor type ones, your birds of prey essentially, they're all well above it. And most of the things that they are hunting don't go near the wind farms anyway. Most of them are on the edges of forests. That might work as well. But we don't get fiery yellow orb here, Dan. It is mostly overcast. The solar panels don't work like that, you fucking idiots. The rays that we are harnessing from the sun can get through the clouds. I'm biology based and even I know that. Yeah, well they're already doing that. It's a certain shade that they avoid, that they can see and say, oh right, that thing's there. They've done it with bridges, for fuck's sake. 2 of the main bridges that cross the Clyde in the south part of to the south of me, they've got certain types of paint and hues to them so they can see them, even the top parts. The birds can see them. It's...
The party after listening to this talk. That's just a subtle hint there.
You really just like planted that seed. It's like, you know, when there are like flash images in The Shining or something to try and...
Careful, you'll make me sound like a hypnotist or something.
You know, I thought...
Hypnoboob reference. Oh, give me my chat back. God damn you.
Oh, they were getting bigger.
But quite seriously, anyone can vote on party policy. And actually what I would say to people is it's too much of a luxury to find one policy you disagree with when ultimately you look at the threat of what the far right is doing to this country. And so I'd say to anyone, get involved with the Green Party.
Would that mean that the Green Party would tolerate a member or a group of members who said, okay, well, we want to introduce policy that's against self-ID? Or something like that?
That's not something I personally welcome to the party. Now, there are laws in place that say those things are protected beliefs, so people can't say you're not allowed in a party, you're not allowed to have those conversations. And also, I think, I know you've done a lot of work on this, that the kind of quote-unquote cancel culture, I think, has eroded a lot of our politics and the ability to have discussion. So I do think we need to have discussions. Yeah. I think we need to have discussions in ways that are respectful. And most important...
Totally agree. Totally agree. And these discussions do be happening here on this stream, on Kev stream, on Helena's stream, on Raptor stream, if you're American or somewhat Capricorn, well, crikey pants. Oh, dear God. That got mentioned by Kev earlier on, Dan. Get wrecked, David. Fucking wanker. Up here for where I would propose, myself personally, would propose to put the wind turbines that are all owned by basically absentee landlords. They own great swaths of Scotland. Fun. I want my land back, you bastards. It is the land for the Scottish people after all, so give it back. But our grouse shooting and everything, fuck off. If you're doing it as a blood sport, get wrecked. I would use it as a food source. I need the protein, by the way, I'm sorry. I can't go, I've tried to go vegan before and my health took a major fucking hit. I do need meat, unfortunately, and dairy. Sorry. I've explained that to Green friends as well. They understand why. He said we wouldn't be including people who have complex health issues. But for the vast majority of people, you can get a better diet by going either fully vegan or partly vegan or vegetarian. If I was to do anything, it would probably be pescatarian again. So I'd eat lots of fish. They're definitely allergic to shellfish, so crustaceans and mollusks. So I'd be eating lots of like white fish and things. Okay, now that's quite a situation, John. Fuck. It usually goes the capitalist's way, and oh, that's giving me horrible feelings now. Ouch. Don't get me wrong, I want more renewables done here in the UK. If he thinks it won't interfere with his grouse shooting activities or that part of his economy for his whatever estate he owns, that's a bit of a tricky position for a lot of people in the Green Party. I would assume, for a lot of activists, I would assume. Oh yeah, because a lot of the councils, the government took them back in, and I keep on saying to do more renewables. The council housing, council housing. Can you hear me, Rachel? Council housing. Increase the block grant for councils, for local authorities, so they can build more council housing and social housing, social rents. Yeah, she did take away some of their powers. Not all of them, obviously, just most of them. There's still a few left. Calling it, it'll be a blight on the landscape. We need the fucking infrastructure. Shut the fuck up.
I think the people with the protected characteristics who are the most affected need to make sure we're sharing the space with those people so their voices are heard. So it's not that people can't join the party who have those beliefs, but what I would say is it's about how you behave with those beliefs. And the red line for me is simply misgendering. Now, I've misgendered people before by accident, I'm sure you have. And you apologize and then you move on. But that's not what I've seen in the past in other spaces where people are just constantly misgendered. I think that's clearly harassment. And sure, if you want to do that in society...
Hello. She, her. I keep on saying I'm a basic bitch. They're proposing to build them on peatland, peat bogs. That might actually disrupt it. Peat is very, very good at containing carbon. Literally, it's a carbon sink. We can be doing more. There's some work happening up here in the peat bogs up here in Scotland. It's better than trees in some situations. That might work. That might work. They could maybe do a mix. Like I say, peat bogs are brilliant at containing the carbon. We can use it as a carbon sink, essentially. I don't know enough about the science, the actual infrastructure. Well, I know the science of like the how the energy gets created and how it gets stored in the battery. I'm not too sure. I don't know too much about if they need to be in proximity to where the energy is getting generated by whatever means. If you can say in chat, John, if you know much about it, I don't know what if you've got a degree or anything, or any expertise in areas or anything. But if you can explain it to me, the engineers and shit. I'll be surprised at how many fucking former engineers and nuclear engineers and former soldiers are part of the Scottish Green movement. A lot of them were most of them are not Trots anymore. Don't get me wrong on that one. Most of us have left being Trotskyists. We're mostly classic Marxists or MLs. A couple of Maoists, actually, here in Glasgow. Rather fun. They keep on asking me, have you read any Mao yet? Not yet. Give me a minute. If the batteries need to be where the energy is generated, and obviously linking them would be easy enough physically. Obviously, I just don't know if they need to be environmentally friendly, or if they're closer to where the energy is getting generated by whatever means, be it tidal, wind, or even, well, nuclear, slightly different.
I don't think that's okay, but I'm not the leader of society. But in terms of being a party, I think it's perfectly right for a party to say, this is how we behave in this party, this is what we believe, and if you don't believe that or you don't want to behave that way, other parties are available.
You use the phrase red line, so I'm going to do an awful pun. In terms of a particular red line, do you see the Green Party as turning into a socialist party, or is your vision for a party that has socialists in it?
I think we're already a socialist party, and I know we get into this discussion a lot. Like, I consider myself a socialist. I think when you look at party policy, I think you'd really be struggling to...
Thanks, John. Thank you very much. Cool. My dad, no longer with us. My biological dad, no longer with us. He was a nuclear engineer, and he explained to me how an actual nuclear power plant works and things. I am deeply indebted to him for that. This was after they got divorced when I was 6 years old, by the way, and I restarted our relationship when I moved down to Glasgow as a teenager. And he explained how they actually work. He was the head engineer for Faslane, if anyone knows that place. So this is how it works. I'm going to say you've got a problem, yeah, with the waste. Don't get me wrong, I like the energy generation. That is a good part. Very carbon neutral, very not fossil fuel based, essentially, which is a good thing in my opinion. I still have problems with nuclear waste. And the fact that they just keep containing it and dumping it in deep fucking ocean trenches. Please don't do that. Now, if we had the infrastructure, I would just fire it at fiery yellow orb. It's not like it's going to disrupt the sun.
Say that isn't socialist policy. I think that's a wider conversation about how do you label those policies, and I just find the conversations about socialism and capitalism lose a lot of the people who wouldn't be spending their Monday night in this room as much as I love people who are spending
He
Monday
just
night
called you nerds.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as I said it, I was like, what have I just said to all of these people? Whoops.
Losing the entirety of Hackney in one fell swoop.
No, it is really important. It's important we gather in rooms like this to have this discussion. I think it's important to have a discussion about socialism. So it's not rejecting those conversations. I think...
Hello, Marxist here. I'm good if there's more, oh God. Yeah, that scary word, socialism or communism. I like the fact that Zack says he's a socialist himself. Good, fantastic. Round of applause. Marxist. I'd be happy to begin with social democracy. Really, it's a good starting point, essentially, for where I want to lead, where I want to go to. We need to bring people with us. Eco-socialist as well, by the way. Hi. Do more renewables, or to keep on screaming into the void. Do fucking tidal. You've got the entire Pentland Firth that you can put tidal batteries on. Orkney, thank you for leading the way and showing how it's actually possible.
There's really important spaces for those conversations. I think in terms of the public, though, and that's ultimately who I want to be talking to, the wider public, I think we need to be talking about the food on their table, the heat in their homes, and yes, the means of production, but in the way that they would translate that, what is it like when you go to work? Do you have...
means of production.
democratic control at work? Do you feel like you're in charge of your life? Do you feel like you're in charge of your politics? Do you feel like politics is being done with you rather than to you? I think those are all the vital
To me.
questions, rather than getting into what can sometimes seem like philosophical conversations about socialism and capitalism. And by the way, I put NATO in that territory too. I've been really, really clear that I'm not any supporter of NATO, and I think we should be looking at working with our European neighbours in terms of closer alliances. I think Brexit was an absolute disaster, but I think to lead a movement at the moment where really we should be talking about lowering bills and taxing billionaires, but leading that conversation with a conversation about foreign policy, I think is disconnected from what a lot of people in this country care about. That's not to say that NATO isn't important. It's not to say imperialism is an important conversation to have. But I think you've always got choices as a politician and a political party about what is the first thing that comes out of your mouth and what do people remember you for. And you might have heard me say this before, but lower bills, tax billionaires.
That's true, but
That deserved a bigger round of applause.
Don't clap him. Don't clap him. But I want to pick something up on that, which is I can totally see how, from a strategic point of view, you say, look, we're going to focus on these bread and butter economic issues, and foreign issues sort of takes a backseat strategically, right? As politicians, you have to prioritize. But Gaza has been such a prominent part of your campaign. It's been something that you've led with, and I think also, not to put it too crudely, the Labour Party's material and political support for an ongoing genocide has benefited the Greens politically. Lots of people then gave you their votes. Does that mean that you're going to have that issue recede as you focus on bread and butter economic issues?
Not at all. So I feel like you're phrasing the question slightly differently to what I meant, which I'll take responsibility for because I'll add clarity. It's about making sure that we have absolute solidarity to people around the world who are facing genocide or conflict. That's obvious in Gaza, but also Sudan, Yemen, Syria, lots of places where actually British intervention has considerably made things worse. It's really important that we're really clear about that. What I'm saying, I think, is not hypothetical. We can look at Zoran Mamdani, who has been absolutely incredible in focusing on those bread and butter issues, and every time he's asked about a trans person, a disabled person, a migrant, Palestinians, he's shown absolute solidarity. It's not been wavering for a second, it has been unconditional. And he has pointed out that inequality is making those things worse, and he gets straight back to the economic issues. So once again, we need to lower bills and tax billionaires and show absolute solidarity to migrants, trans people, and indeed Palestinians.
I want to move on just a little bit because we're going to hear from Cory Doctorow shortly on the idea of enshittification, which is basically a story about how online platforms went from being novel and exciting, even liberatory, to crap, conformist, just a terrible experience to be on. We're in roughly the same kind of age bracket, and I'm not going to say which one it is, which
the cool
means
kids.
you can probably remember your first dial-up modem,
For
right?
sure.
The internet entering your life. What was your first experiences?
I'm probably one of the younger Gen Xers. I was born in 79, hence the name my cat 79 Scotty Eye. Zack is a little bit younger than me. He is 43. He's a millennial. So's Ash. She's a millennial. We've been talking about the people of my generation, the younger Gen Xers. We've been talking about this for decades at this point. And they picked it up, and they're doing well. They're doing better messaging than some of us Gen Xers. Don't get me wrong, I'm here part of this conversation as well. You are far too young, Dan. Far too young. Begone, young thing. Gen Xers have been talking. Some Gen Xers have been talking about this for decades. And it's good that we're getting listened to now, which is great. I love it. Fantastic. Bring it on. We got sidelined a lot of my generation. So like people born between 75 and 80. So the latter end of Gen X. Lots of Blairite bastards. They fell for the messaging, unfortunately. I've managed to capture my younger sister, at least. She's more sock dem now. She said, I can never be a Marxist like you, Katie. I'm going to try and change you before you shovel off this mortal coil. And she keeps on saying to me, good luck. At least I've got her to be a bit more of a socialist. Unfortunately, my middle sister is still part of the Labour Party. I am trying, don't get me wrong. Yeah. Well, you reach your majority when you're able to vote, when you get your franchise, essentially. And now that the franchise is going to be changing to 16 and 17-year-olds, they're getting brought into the conversation, which is going to be brilliant. Fantastic. My sisters are elected. I can talk to my nephews now. They're both under the age of 20. I want to see how old they are. So I can talk to them now. I've talked to my brother-in-law. Because I don't know how you turned out to be a Marxist, Katie. Really? You're only a year younger than me, for fuck's sake. You went through Thatcherism as well, remember? Yes, they are, Dan. Fantastic. Love it. And me talking about things that I went through to actually help and say this is what it was like, and you're actually helping to change that. Thank you. I went through it. I don't want anyone else to go through it. It fucking sucked. It still fucking sucks. Thanks, Labour. Change? Really? They're still using mostly the same policy platform that the scum were doing. Thanks, Rachel. Doing an amazing job. I am worried for Wednesday. Don't worry, your lass will be covering it. I'll probably lose my mind. Which will be fun for everyone.
Of the internet like, and did online culture, online community play any role in shaping your politics?
Yeah, I think it was pretty huge in terms of, it depends how you define politics. It certainly was not party political. But in terms of the politics of being LGBT and finding a community, and also the politics of being like a gay Jewish kid at school that was bullied and just feel like I didn't feel like I literally had no friends. So being able to go to the internet and escape to the internet both had all the benefits of finding a community and some of the dangers back then of seeing things I probably definitely should not have seen at that age. And I think it's not just in the internet world we see this end-shitification. I think a lot about our public-private spaces. So I think of places where you go around London or any city and there's a space that used to be publicly owned. And there's often those little signs that say, you can't eat after 6 p.m. You can't take photos here. You're under CCTV. You can't skateboard here or breakdance. And all of those spaces that are really, really important to have those communities. And I think those communities are often how people start to first find their politics. A lot of my politics started actually in Trocadero. There used to be, I'm coming back to breakdancing. I really didn't think this was going to be a theme of tonight. But I used to go practice breakdancing there, like on a Saturday with lots of kind of young people. When I was young, I'm not talking about when I was an adult now, that would be weird. And you would go there, and the amazing thing, it was free. So you'd spend like 5-6 hours with friends, making friends, or people you haven't met, where you'd be learning new tricks, but also you just sit down for a while and chat to people that weren't necessarily, certainly not from me, having grown up in like a Jewish, pretty religious community, to then be in London, like in Trocadero, learning to breakdance, spending more time with people. I feel like that's what society is when it's at its best. And then, you know, it comes back to Thatcher. She said there's no such thing as society. Always comes back to Thatcher, right?
There's only individuals
right,
and
exactly.
families.
And then
That was my Thatcher.
Spitting image need to hire you quick. I'm waiting for my spitting image puppet, but anyway, I'm sure it's going to be lovely and flattering. And then the Conservative government came along and committed austerity and literally destroyed those public spaces where people could gather together, eat together, pray together, disagree together. Then the Labour government are continuing with that austerity, and then they have the audacity to say that we don't have integration. How do you expect people to integrate in public spaces if you've taken those public spaces away? And so to come back to your question...
Did you not know that? I knew you were Sri Lankan. So Werther's a one, by the way. Sugar-free one. Still kind of tasty.
question. I think we're seeing that on the online world too. This increasing kind of corporatization of those spaces where people can have conversations or questions. We see this through the Online Safety Act, where just trying to find out about Gaza or various issues around the world can suddenly be censored.
The Online Safety Act can get wrecked. It is a reformed one, not reformed, but a reformed one that, funny, no power of reform, Nadine Dorries came up with. What the actual fuck? I'd never judge you for that, Dan, honestly. I'm more like a strong coffee and a biscotti. Resident Northeaster. Hi, Reza. Rejoice, comrade. Reza Lindsay has arrived. Hi. You must have heard me through the ether that I was talking about you. Hi. Welcome. Good evening. How goes it? Look, it's Zack.
Particularly by corporate capital, you can see how quickly dangerous the unregulated environment is. But then when you call for regulation, the question always is, who do you trust? And I don't know about people in this room, but I don't particularly trust this Labour government to get anything right. So I think there is a dangerous question right now, both about private or public online space, but also the public spaces that should be our spaces. But a few wealthy individuals have taken our power, our assets, and our wealth, and I believe it's time to take them back.
It got released this Sunday, well, yesterday, essentially, 3 p.m. on Downstream. So this was actually recorded on Monday last week in Islington. So this is roughly a week old now. Don't get me wrong, he's still up to date, essentially, for what he's talking about. Welcome, welcome. I was saying earlier on that we're worried about the northeast. You can give us a picture of what it's like in the northeast on the ground, essentially. Always good to learn how things are going in everyone's separate areas and things. Glasgow, Dan in the Edinburgh area, John the Brazen down in Bradford. It's going to be in the southeast, I believe, or the east coast. Obviously, Kevin, Birmingham, Helena, and Nottinghamshire.
I want to ask a little bit. Yeah, you can get clapped for that one. I want to ask a little bit about AI. So, from what I can tell, the Green Party policy on AI is fairly limited, calling for a clear regulatory framework and an ombudsman. Does that compromise the totality of your own personal views about the impact of AI on work, education, information, even how we date and interact with each other?
Yeah,
Not how we date, but how we date.
I'd be punching, I know. I think it's nuanced because I'm not a digital Philistine. I think that AI probably has, or definitely has, an important role to play. There are lots of people doing crap jobs who don't want to be doing those jobs and actually could be spending their time doing things that they feel fulfilled by, whether that's
Ooh. I've done that here in Glasgow. Just put my head down, essentially do what needs to be done, things like that. My political awakening began essentially in the 97 election, and from that point until about 2002-3, essentially when I met Super Hubby through my friend, who is a classic ML. Praise be, my friend. I keep on meaning if I find him somewhere, if he comes onto the Discord sometimes, I'll literally just tackle him and bring him onto the stream. He's a poet as well, by the way. Oh God! I might have just forgotten. What were you studying, John? I love the arts and humanities. We need people in that sphere, obviously. I am still STEM coded, don't get me wrong about that one. I want all STEM, all of it, to be free. We shouldn't be getting charged for our education, especially in those sort of areas. Graphic design. Sweet. You'd be good at messaging then.
At work, feeling like they're more connected to the day-to-day things that really matter to them, or even maybe radically not working as much and being paid more. We were always promised that we would do less work and get more money, and for the majority of people it's the other way around. We're working more hours and getting paid less in terms of the standard of living. I think the real problem, though, is about who this government listens to. And we know that they are in bed, and I don't think I want to do this image, Keir Starmer is in bed with the tech bros. And the TUC were running...
Just let that linger in your mind's eye for a little bit.
The TUC were running a brilliant campaign around creative workers and doing collective bargaining for creative workers. And then Peter Kyle went straight to the tech...
One of my friends went to Leeds Beckett. They are back up here now. She was DFAB. They, them now. They're amazing. They're a graphic designer. They work. They're freelance. They don't work for an employer or anything. They get hired through Fiverr and a couple of other different platforms. And local businesses hire them. They are really fucking good. As a side hustle, they paint minis for people. And any sort of friends or family members who are D&D or do tabletops, she gives a discount. They give a discount, sorry, darling. And they're really good. I can find that, where the fuck are they? I will find them for the next stream, or I can take photos of them that they done for Super Hubby when he done tabletop. They're amazing.
Bros. I was lucky enough to be on Laura Kuenssberg the same day Elton John was asked about this, and his quote, and it's Shakespeare, was, "Peter Kyle's a moron." I mean, Elton John said it, not me. But quite seriously, I think it's about how much this government are willing to sell people out. And I don't trust AI in this government's hands when they're not protecting workers' jobs. And we don't just see this with AI, we see it with the steel industry, where the best time to nationalize our industries and to protect workers' jobs would have been 10, 20 years ago, and they just didn't have that conversation. And actually what I really think we should be doing is removing fossil fuel subsidies from oil and gas and using that money to subsidize the new transition for the new jobs. And I think AI plays its role in there in terms of where are these conversations happening, where you're getting the people who may potentially lose their jobs around the table to go, what do these future jobs look like with the advent of AI, and how can we make sure you have better lives, rather than pushing money into AI, letting them have unregulated work, and then saying to the people who lose their jobs, sorry, that's a bit crap.
I want to ask you one last question before we go to the audience Q&A. And they've got to be real questions, not this is more of a comment than a question. Real questions end with question marks, right? So, and don't just try and fool me with an upwards intonation either. My last question for you is this, and it's a really simple one. What's your vision of the good life?
I think it's one where we can spend more time with the people we love. And I think love and compassion are really important qualities that rarely get talked about in politics. I think for a long time politicians kind of shied away from them because they felt a bit icky or that the public might not like it. And all of those things might be true, but then I think there's a job to do. Then how do we center compassion, not just for refugees or people in war zones, but actually for each other, for neighbors, for strangers? I think it looks like a universal basic income where people have food on the table, they're able to pay their rent, they're able to get transport to work if they've got a job, or be able to get a job if they want one, and they feel supported. I think it looks like one where we centre creativity and arts, where people feel like they're not constantly having to just do the STEM subjects or just produce or just create growth in the way that Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer want to turn us into these robotic machines making growth for BlackRock. But actually we can spend time doing the things that we love just for the sake of the fact that we love them. And actually, even if there's no economic productivity at the end of it, that's also fine. It's completely fine to be human beings. And I think it looks like a society where people are able to spend time with strangers if they want to. I know you're someone who might have particular feelings about being forced to spend time with strangers when you're not choosing to, or various people might feel like that.
I confided that I hate people. Green is what that's referring
I felt
to.
like I had to widen it to the rest of the audience before I made it sound like Ash just hates.
Interesting journalist. Don't get me, I don't hate all people. They're just a certain group of people. I love Zack, I love Ash. Both of them are amazing. Oh dear God. Did I need to move down to Teesside?
People. But I do think for so many of us, like being able to have those spaces where you can just have human connection with people is what the good life looks like. And we've had a politics that for so long has tried to get people to divide, to point at each other, to be jealous, or to point to scarcity, or tell people if they have a faster car, or a nicer, bigger house, or another loft conversion, everything's going to be okay. I think the good life looks like when we can rid ourselves of all of those addictions and say, sure, I'm speaking from privilege here. If you're living in poverty, I can imagine why you want some more money, and I totally get it. But if you're living a comfortable life where you're more than surviving, you're actually thriving, a good life looks like where you're not in constant competition to beat your neighbours or someone in your community. You're actually going, what does it look like just to be?
Keeping up with the Joneses, anyone? In some way, we imported that from across the Atlantic. Delightful. It's this... I have noticed that, Dan. Don't get me wrong, I'm angry as well. Quite a lot of Scottish people are for very, very appropriate reasons. Bloody hell. Whoever that person is, John, can you put them into my Discord? Can you say to them there's a safe space if you want to talk or anything? I obviously better community outreach is needed. We do need these things to happen. The Glasgow branch of the Greens is very fucking active because, well, major city, obviously. Lots of votes can be had here for many varied reasons, obviously. Neoliberalism, yay, giving us lots and lots of people that we can talk to, essentially, is a good thing. Saying, no, it doesn't need to be like this. We can do these blah, 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 blah. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Thanks, John. They're more than welcome to join the Discord as well, and they're more than welcome to come back here, obviously. I'm trying to think. See how Kev wants to speak to either. Is there any point in him talking to Phil? Graham Hughes might be fun. I don't think Phil would be. Two-star were pulled, and the major problems with Phil Moorhouse, let's just put it that way. Okay. Thank you so much, John. Very much appreciated.
Happy and just to love, and that's good.
I agree with all that, but sometimes you got to beat your neighbours when your neighbours are Arsenal. So, if I could get some house lights, because that way I can see who booed.
Ash is a West Ham supporter, by the way. Is it? All right, John. Good, Dan. Good.
Let's take some hands. All right, we've got someone right there, back row, hand up. We've got one there, front row, and let's have stripy shirt as well.
I wanted to ask you, how do you make climate agenda a main agenda in political manifestos and not just for symbolism, but actually get people feeling about it and that it will affect them and not just people who are focusing on sustainability, climate, or who are pursuing that in academic field? And how will you and your party try to solve that?
Amazing. So I think very often the climate agenda gets pitted against the cost of living agenda. We hear this constantly. We hear it particularly from Reform, and it's always important to point out that Reform took £2.3 million from fossil fuel companies, from climate denying companies, and then it's not a surprise that they go out on TV and then say we're anti-net zero. I think George Carlin said that politicians should wear sweatshirts like NASCAR drivers that says who sponsors them at all times. I think that would be really good for Reform to have.
It does seem like to be very circus, Reza, in my opinion at least. That'd be fun. Is there enough room to put on the clothes that they wear, especially in the House of would that breach House of Commons rules? I'm not entirely sure. You have to remember, the mother of all parliaments is archaic and fucking stupid. Case in point, the House of Lords, anyone. The other place shouldn't fucking exist. People like me should be in the House of Lords, or a place that's actually voted for. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't model it on the Senate. That has very, very major problems, obviously, like most of American politics does. Oh, right. I can create a channel for everyone, and you can just put in, I can put things in there that I demand you do. You have to do these things. Oh dear God, they always exist, John, trust me on that one. I was seen as a disruptor when I left Trotskyism. Said, but this is the proper way. No, it isn't. Thank you, my friend. I love him desperately. He is amazing. He's got too many kids. He's knackered. He does a job. He's still an organiser and a branch secretary for the local MLs here in the north of Glasgow. I don't know how it was the time. He's got 5 fucking kids and a job. Does he sleep? I'm not entirely sure.
I think we've really got to take on this agenda, and the way we've got to do it is not by telling people they're wrong or they've got to change their individual behaviour. Now look, Ash is going to love this, I'm sure. I'm vegan, I don't drive, I don't fly. Like, if you were looking for like the CV of a Green Party leader, I could go to Central Casting and I would be fine. But this is not the point.
It's very swipe left for me.
Yeah.
Very swipe left.
Our dating real life is broken twice in this way. But actually, I think, if anyone can do those things and they have the power and privilege to do them, hey.
I am open to criticism if you want to help me. It could be, yeah. I'm trying to think of making it more user-friendly, really. If you've got any input, John, honestly, I'd be open to hearing it, because it doesn't need to be, it needs to be laid out a bit better. To be more, just say user-friendly, really. I just come up with these channels for people to post in from things I get from my community, from like other leftist communities that I'm part of as well, especially online. So any help or any ideas, just say them to me, and we can work together and make the Discord a little bit better. A lot better, probably, actually.
and people should make those choices. I think. But what we can't do is speak to people in working class communities particularly who are really struggling, who might be a single mother who's struggling with their kids, and you're then saying, oh no, you shouldn't be going on the school run with your car when there isn't even a bus in place, or if there is a bus, it's ridiculously expensive. We've got to change those things systemically. All of those things are individual choices made by politicians. We can make different choices. I think the most obvious example is I went to Sheffield the other day. It cost me a fortune on the train. I'm sure if I'd flown, I didn't fly, so no clipping this. If I had flown, I'm sure it would have been much cheaper. Now that's not a coincidence. That's because we subsidize aviation more than we subsidize train travel. So in terms of what are we going to do about the climate agenda, I think subsidize the right things, make sure that we're really investing in renewables and solar and wind, and more than anything, to know that having the right facts is not going to cut it. We need to recognize that there are powerful vested interests. And I've named reform, but it's also important to say the Labour government are really at it too. So just pointing out every single time that a politician is going on TV or radio, wherever it may be, and being anti-net zero, there is usually a vested interest, and we've got to expose it.
Right at the back there. Yep.
Given that Corey's talking later, I wanted to ask if either of you have read, watched, or listened to any sci-fi recently.
Great question.
I love sci-fi. I was about to say I love Doctor Who, but so Radio 4 did a show on me recently called Profile, and it was basically like half an hour about my life. And the one thing they took away from my boyfriend is he said, the thing about Doctor Who fans is they're always disappointed. And I love that's the one thing he got to represent me with. And I love Russell T Davies, but I've been pretty disappointed with Doctor Who recently. There's also like a brilliant Korean series that someone's going to have to shout out the name of it, because I did genuinely watch it, but I can't remember the name of it. It's got 3 words. No, not Squid Game.
Squid Game.
I've created a mass audience exercise now.
What's the plot?
It's basically like the moon starts to lose its gravity and all sorts of things.
Moon, gravity.
Yes, three body problem. And I just described it really badly as well. It's no thanks to the moon.
Chinese, not Korean. The moon is fine.
Let's get this bit out. What I would say in defense is I've been quite busy leading a political party.
3 body problem, great. Have you read the book?
No.
It's pretty long, so maybe you shouldn't make time for it now, but it is
great.
To
be honest, I'm saying I enjoyed the series. By episode 5 or 6, I was losing the will to live, which is partly why I can't remember what I watched. But hopefully the book's much better.
Right, stripy shirt.
Have you had any discussions with any trade unions about affiliation? Will you have those discussions? And if you are going to have them, how do you have a relationship with them when you might have a bit of a distance on certain issues?
I love a 3-part question. I realized things had changed dramatically when a couple of days after I'd been elected as leader of the party, I went to the TUC Congress. And I mistakenly said to a member of staff who was going to come with me, oh no, I'll be fine. And I came and I literally got mobbed the moment I came through the door. And as much as that would be lovely for my ego, I think it's much deeper than that. I think it's workers recognizing that they deserve better representation. Now, I'm being careful how I say this because there is trade union leadership that's doing incredible work, and I'm not knocking that. I also think there is trade union leadership that increasingly the workers within those trade unions are looking at them and saying, I'm paying my subs, we're affiliated to the Labour government. Not only are they not doing good stuff for workers, they're pretty much spitting in our faces at this point. We're not getting anything from it. So the first thing I want to do is speak to those workers and say, if you're in the Green Party already, amazing. When you go to your local trade union branch, speak up about it. I don't mean in the way that you necessarily need to wave a Green Party banner, although you're welcome to do that too, but just actually saying there isn't this big gap between the trade union movement and the Green Party. I know already there are loads of members in the Green Party who are very active in the trade union movement too. I think we need to create that link in terms of being more vocal about it. The second thing is I meet trade union leadership pretty much all the time and very often.
Does it? Well, Sharon Graham was on Laura Kay. We do, Reza. I agree with that one. Yeah, we do need new trade unions. I like Unite, don't get me wrong. I don't like her for reasons, obviously. I think most people here would agree with me on that one. She's saying she wants Labour to be better. You do know you're head of one of the largest trade unions here in the here in the UK, Sharon. You do realise that, don't you? You can actually get your members to be more active. That is a possibility for Unite, by the way. Or, here's a radical idea, disaffiliate! Stop giving the Labour Party fucking money. You can just say, fuck you, Labour, you're not signing up for my union members. Get wrecked. Correct, Reza. She's up for re-election soon, hopefully, I believe.
And having those meetings. Those meetings, if I'm honest with you, are almost always based on policy. What can we be pushing in Parliament right now? What can I be pushing when I have a microphone in front of me? I think they know that I'd love affiliation, but also at the same time, I'm not kind of desperate for it, because what I think is more important is the disaffiliation from the Labour Party. I think indeed, that definitely deserves a round of applause. I think the premise of your question is fair enough, that as soon as trade unions...
Seriously, John, I didn't realise. I just assumed it would be. Interesting. I've managed to capture some of Super Hubby's... Super Hubby used to work for Royal Mail, by the way. He left due to his work conditions and things. And to actually be... The main reason he stopped working for Royal Mail is to look after this thing that exists. He was fine with his job. He was good at his job. Don't get me wrong. The management structure in Royal Mail was garbage back then, and it's got even fucking worse. His younger brother, same age as me. I'm a little bit older than my brother-in-law. He still works for Royal Mail, and I ask him every so often, "Is it still shite?" Yes, it is still shite. Any chance of improvement? And he just laughs. Delightful. Someone who actually works for Royal Mail saying that change isn't entirely possible within the structure of Royal Mail and the way the unions work. He's management now. He's not CWU. He's like the management union for Royal Mail workers, communication workers, essentially, because he's the second in charge of a major delivery office here in Glasgow. He said, no, change isn't possible. The CWU seem to be doing a lot better than my actual management union. Your management union is fucking useless. Sorry, dude. I must apologise for saying that. He said, no, I agree. He's still a member of it. He's still mostly heard, but he gets sidelined quite a lot. He's trying to change how the management structure works in Royal Mail. One person can't do that. At least here in Glasgow. It is only him. The rest of them, the people who are in the management union for Royal Mail, they're all useless cunts. Sorry to brother-in-law's fellow management people across Glasgow. You're all fucking useless. Some of you are getting listened to, but you're not doing well. The CWU itself and the union, like the shop stewards for people who work within Royal Mail, CWU seem to be doing slightly better. They are getting heard, but they're not getting listened. They are getting heard, but they're not getting listened to. If you get my drift. Oh dear God. I knew a sub-postmaster here in Glasgow And one of the main ones, it's called a Crown Office, if anyone who is not British here. It's basically Royal Mail, because Royal Mail has a royal charter. So if you interfere with the mail, it's seen as a crime, essentially. I've known people who got done for that. My older brother-in-law, Super Hubby's older brother, got convicted of interfering with the Queen's mail back in the day. The structure of the shop steward, essentially, the ones actually on the ground too, are still working in either a delivery office or in the mail centre, which is over there, in that direction. I'm finally getting directions correct, so over there. The shop stewards, when Super Hubby was still working in the mail centre, most of them are either retired or they've been sidelined, if you wish, if you want to call it that. The main one who Super Hubby actually worked with, not for, with, because he is a shop steward, he's meant to be representing people. He was useless. He agreed with me on some things, but he wasn't heard at all. And he did kind of side with the management, with the upper management, not any part of the management union for the actual gaffers and stuff, but the actual people who ran Royal Mail. Slightly before and during the sell-off, under the coalition government, it's just got so much fucking worse.
Affiliate, then they understandably are expecting things and want things. And in a party system that's totally democratic, I think that then becomes a relationship about how do the workers get involved in that system within the Green Party. And so I'd absolutely love to talk about affiliation. There are also unions that I'm working with very closely. I really want to shout out UVW. This is United Voices of the World. They're based in London. They're a migrants union. Pretty much any time they have a picket, I'm always happy to turn up. And I think UVW have said this out loud. They've noticed that it's only Green Party politicians who are turning up to these picket lines. Just last week, I was at the British Library with PCS. They're also striking. Some of these workers at the British Library are having to take out loans. They're having to take out second jobs, despite the fact they're working full time. People are tired and exhausted, and their wages are not going up. Meanwhile, food prices are going up. And then we have unions still affiliated to the Labour Party with a Labour government who can do something about this, who are not only not doing anything about it, they're saying we need to make tough choices. Why are these always tough choices for disabled people, for people living in poverty, for children living in poverty? It is about time to have tough choices for multimillionaires and billionaires, and it's time to tax for rich.
Right, I'm going to take 3 more questions, and because I've neglected the sort of middle of the room, that's where I'm going to be looking. So put up your hands from the middle of the room. Who's got a mic handy? All right, stripy shirt, take it away.
Yeah, hi. How are you going to kind of, because throughout our society there's kind of been a loss of like trust in institutions and like even on an individual level. So kind of how are you going to kind of rebuild that and kind of allow us to become more conjoined together? Because that's like a real big thing that's going on.
Yeah, I think it's a crucial question, and I think it actually links a little bit to the first climate question too. So often I meet communities where they feel like politics has been done to them rather than with them. There was a supposed consultation, but
since politics have been done to us. I shit you not, the politics have literally been done to us, not for us. Austerity, anyone? 330,000 excess debts. Delightful, as always. Politics has been done to us. We've not been part of this hearing, essentially. We've literally been sidelined, just ignored, saying you have to do this, blah, blah, blah. She does, unfortunately. I'm glad. I hope she's burning. Seriously, from her onwards, politics has been done to us. In some cases, we have been heard a little bit, just a tiny, just a smidge we've been listened to, but other than that, no, we've had politics done to us. You should be listening. We actually put you in the position. You're meant to speak for us. Are they? No. No.
Actually, the consultation just meant notification. It meant someone turned up and said, this is what we're doing. It was incredibly complicated. And then when they complained, there was no real recourse to have any feedback. I think this also needs to be balanced with the fact that I sometimes hear politicians, if they're being ultra-democratic, just say, oh, I'm just going to listen to the people. I'm just going to turn up. I think it has to be in the middle. So politics is not having a blank sheet of paper, turning to an audience and going, what are your ideas? I'm just going to do that. Neither is it finding exactly where people are, running into the crowd and going, yes, I'm going this way too. I think it's about having a really strong set of values and ideals that you can communicate and that you're never going to compromise on. Then it's about finding a tone that isn't lecturing, it's not hectoring, it's a genuine listening tone. And then you walk kind of halfway, metaphorically or maybe literally, to where people are and say, I'm willing to come meet you, let's have a conversation about this, but you've also got to come away a little bit too. And for me, that's kind of a model of leadership, which I think is about building trust. I think the final part, in answer to your question, is going to be a very, very strange thing for me to say. But in some ways, don't fully trust politicians. It should be a transactional relationship. If they're doing what you want them to do or what you've campaigned or voted for them to do, great. Cheer me all you want. But I think I really love the phrase, elect them today and fight them tomorrow. Because actually it's about getting the right people into power and then it's about holding them to accountable. I was going to say every single day, but realistically, who has time for that? But metaphorically, every single time that you have a vote, or you can hold the politician to accountable, that's an important part of democracy, that it's not a one thing and you're done. It's about continuing that. And I think the real way to hold politicians to account, and I'll end my answer, I'm aware it's a long one, is not waiting for the ballot box, despite what I just said. It's about organizing in your communities and recognizing that a lot of this needs to exist outside the political system too. The ballot box and elected politicians can only take us so far. Actually, what really needs to happen is the organizing, whether it's workers, whether it's trade unions, whether it's a community group, a faith group, a non-faith group. It's about people coming together, having the power of their imagination to say things can be different. We'll push the politicians to do it, but actually while we're pushing them, we'll also create it ourselves. Obviously, that requires resources, it requires the politicians to work alongside too, but I think all of those things can happen at the same time.
In the middle there. Great.
A really prominent topic right now is immigration, and I wanted to know, given the coined term of the Boris wave immigrants and the current discussion on extending the ILR pathway for skilled workers to 10 years, what are your thoughts on that? What do you think is the right solution? And also, why do you think the Labour Party is shying away from something that, might be pro-left, hypothetically?
I think it's disgusting, first of all. I think it's the first place to start. I think bankers pretty much plunged this country into chaos. I think we have unscrupulous landlords. We have fossil fuel companies, gambling companies, arms trade companies. These are the people that are destroying this country. These are the people who are unpatriotic and un-British. This country was largely built on the back of migration. Now, some of that is really positive, and I'll get to that. Some of that is about empire and colonialism, and I think we need to have an honest public conversation about that. But we also know just practically, so take my ideology aside, the fact that I radically think we should be humane and compassionate to people. Let's look at this even in a pragmatic, logistical lens. We have 150,000 vacancies in the National Health Service. We have construction issues where we need to build council homes and we need to build the renewable energy of the future. We have so many jobs that need filling. In the NHS, 1 in 5 jobs are migrants. Now, of course, we need to train up British workers, so this isn't pitting migrants against unemployed British people. Let's train them too. But in the meantime, it makes absolutely no economical sense to just pander to some of the worst racist, toxic, vile narrative in this country. And I think the reason why the Labour Party are doing it is because Keir Starmer does not have any morality or integrity in any of his policies. I think he's absolutely... I think he's absolutely terrified of Nigel Farage, and I think he won a huge majority. Let's be clear, this is not a government that is like struggling with a small, tiny, majority where they really need to get everything through. It's not like we have a general election in a few months' time and they're panicking because they're doing badly in the polls. This government are choosing to hand this country on a plate to Nigel Farage. And if you hear anything tonight, collectively, we are not going to let him. We are going to make sure that we...
What the absolute... Praise be, Sozzled Snake has been subscribed for a year. Sozzled. Praise be, Sozzled Snake. That is amazing. Actually, having someone subscribe to me for a year? Wow. By the way, this is, you can see, grabbing me around, that's mobile wrist support, essentially, or mobile joint support. I've used an entire one of these. That was the tail end of the one that I just finished there. I've used an entire one on my left knee a couple of years ago. Knees are big. Just saying. Thank you, Sozzled.
Organise. We're going to make sure that we mobilise, and we're going to make sure, ballot to ballot, whether it's at local elections, whether it's at the general election, every single Labour politician who did not speak out on Shabana Mahmood's policies today, we will make sure that we replace them.
My friend over right there.
Yes, hi. So I think I have a question that will probably change the tone a little bit. So I think we have voted for Labour for the last couple of cycles, but they have disappointed us, for the last couple of years. So for somebody who is leaning left, what makes you so different from Labour that I should vote for you in the next cycle?
That's the only question worth asking.
I mean, it's hard to begin to even list the differences between the Green Party and the Labour Party. I think one of the most obvious and egregious examples, though, is I'm someone who's supported proportional representation for a long time. This is essentially making sure we have a fair voting system where every vote means the seats are matched proportionally, the clues in the title. Now, I was lobbying...
I can create a private space. I can B&M, by the way, and Semichem. We usually get them from B&M, actually, this thing that I've wrapped around myself. I rely on them. There is 14 more of the entire rolls in this house. There's 6 to the right of me on the health shelves, where all our first aid and aids for this individual. And I've got 6 of them with an easy access, literally just 8 feet away from me. There's always one in my bag, which is down to my left here, right next to my chair. I always carry them with me because the actual splints that I use, which are over there, that I'm not using, I seem to be sweating a lot more. Don't get me, I wash every day, don't worry. Because of the types of drugs I'm on, the types of medicines that I'm on, one of them actually makes you sweat more. The physiological change to actually get rid of the excess crap build up. Don't get me wrong, my kidneys and liver are efficient, they have to be. But I still kind of sweat. So the salt build up and they become sort of like sticky and salt laden, which does damage to the skin itself. I can still breathe with them. What the? Other things happening. What is happening? Things are happening. Another thing has happened. Let's see. Bishlama. Thank you, Bishlama. Welcome. They really are quite good sauces, by the way. I can still use the fingers to type and stuff. And they're giving support to the wrist and to my thumb here, which is, hello, Bishlama. I am Madcat79 Scotty, or Katie Marshall 4340 on YouTube. I am a Scottish disabled Marxist streamer. I talk about health and disability issues. As you can see, Zack Polanski on screen on Downstream, which got published at 3 PM yesterday, Sunday. NHS fucking rocks. It was the world's best before the Tories got their fucking hands on it. I hate the Tories, as you can probably tell. Welcome, Bishlama. Welcome.
Labour alongside many, many people for a long time to do this. And finally, a few years ago, the Labour Party had a huge conference where the trade unions got behind proportional representation, the members got behind proportional representation, and there was a historic vote where it finally got passed, and there was much celebration. That same day, Keir Starmer, a man who, by the way, who ran on the coattails of Jeremy Corbyn, ditched every single pledge before he was even in power, then saw this vote happen, and he just said, no, I'm not going to do that. I mean...
He literally did. A historic number of Labour Party members, that's just the grassroots members, ordinary people. I was a member of the Labour Party, full disclosure about that one. I gave up giving them money, but my sister still paid my monthly dues. She could afford it. Said, right, you don't want to get involved. I said, oh, you can be tangential then, and I can just... She had access to my account, essentially. He said, what do you want? Do you like this? I do like that. That is a good policy. Yes, vote for that for me. So she was my proxy vote. And I told her that I'm a part of the Scottish Greens, so you don't need to be paying it anymore. You can end my membership. You sure? You can't be part of both. I don't want to be. Have fun being in the Greens. But for about the space of like 6 or 7 years, I wasn't part of the Labour Party movement here in Glasgow. And she basically asked me every so often, whenever the conferences came up, said, how would you like to vote? Do you like this? I like that part of it, but I don't like that part. So vote for that part. Who would you want to vote for? And I differed here. Helena, No Justice MTG. Go and follow her. I demand of you right now, follow No Justice. Angela Rayner? No. Bergen. Bergen, if you please. What? Why? He's better than Angela. Okay, I'll vote for Bergen for you then. Okay. She is slowly realising that she might have made a mistake a little bit, but she's still part of the Labour Party. I try not to push it too much with my middle sister. I really don't. I'd rather have a happy, well-appreciative family member than actually forcing the issue. She's starting to come into better policies, don't get me wrong. I don't see her actually getting the dial moved, even though she's got quite a big majority of people here in Glasgow who are Labour Party members behind her. She is quite good at organising, oddly enough. I just wish she was organising for the Scottish Greens and not the Labour Party. Oh, fucking hell, man. Was he? I didn't know that, John. Oh. In retrospect, I didn't actually know that at the time when I said to my sister, just vote for Bergen instead of Rayner. Okay, Bergen, Bervadick. Fantastic. Does he still have the whip, John? I think he still has the whip. He is on the government benches, isn't he? He's on the back bench. Does he have the whip back? Oh, no problem, Sausage. Thank you for a year, an entire fucking year of supporting this lunatic. Thank you. She is, yes. I'm just hoping we deal with Jackie at the Holyrood elections. I really do. I know exactly where her constituency office is. Ha 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 ha. Well, it'd be worth actually campaigning in that area. People in her constituency for Holyrood are kind of disaffected, really, which is kind of depressing, really. Fair enough. I love Mothin. Mothin be amazing. I need to do more. I need to show Rachel more often. She's doing amazingly. She's doing well as Mothin, and obviously Zack. That's Rachel Millward we're talking about, by the way. So you've got Zack, and you've got Mothin Ali as deputy, and Rachel Millward. I voted for Frank Stringer and Mothin. Ooh, that might be interesting.
What is the point of the Labour Party even having a conference? What is the point of being a Labour Party member? You are having literally zero influence or impact on this Labour government and their cruel, inhumane policies. You're having literally zero impact on this Labour government in terms of...
He has. It hasn't been published yet. It was on his board politics, so I'm waiting for that to get dropped. And obviously I will be showing it on stream.
creating a better future or moving to a better society. And I would say the biggest difference, so Darren Jones, who's a Bristol Green MP, Bristol Labour MP, wrote an article in The Guardian last week that said the Green Party have undeliverable promises, that we're promising things that are undeliverable. And first of all, I don't know what he's talking about because he often talks about a wealth tax, but there are lots of countries in the world, like Switzerland, a particularly wealthy a place, Freudian slip, who have a wealth tax and it's worked out just fine. And it really felt like what he was adopting was, again, Thatcher, you can do your impression again if you want, who said there is no alternative.
I don't have that one in my head. I could do the lady's not for turning. But
very, very impressive. Clearly your idol.
With her sort of accent, she's not born of inherited wealth or anything like that, but she does sound posh. Obviously, there's lots of people who are working class who do sound posh. Do I sound posh? I have been accused of sounding a bit too elitist at times. You all have heard me, haven't you? I might enunciate. I speak clearly, but don't get me wrong, I'm not even middle class, let alone fucking aristocracy or anything of that description. Being able to speak clearly, reach your audience, is a good thing, in my opinion. I try to use English as best as I can because at the end of the day, English is garbage. Gaelic is good. I like Gaelic. I might need to actually re-up my skills for Gaelic again. Obviously, I will be majority English, obviously. Being able to be clear and say what you believe and what you advocate for is a good thing. Don't get me wrong, I still say shit, bollocks, fuck them, bastards, cunts, blah blah blah. There is no such thing as bad language, there's bad grammar. If you follow English grammar rules, they make no sense at times.
I did a personality quiz once and it turned out I've got the same personality type as Margaret Thatcher.
Gosh, the date is off, I'm standing you up. But quite seriously, they're always pushing this idea that there is no alternative. They're always pushing the idea that to want a better, fairer, greener world is some kind of idea of fantasy politics.
Does she? Cool.
And I think that's the most corrosive idea of all. Because the biggest difference between the Green Party and the Labour Party is we have imagination. And I believe that the people in this country also have imaginations. But the reason why people's imaginations have been blocked is very specific lobbying, again, from big corporate companies who spend millions, if not billions, on misinformation, on media narratives to tell us it cannot be better, it cannot be different. Inequality is just a natural fact of life, and that's just how it works. And it's up to all of us, particularly the creatives, if you're in the room, to spend the time to think about how do we tell different stories. Because we can spend all the time in spreadsheets, graphs, and data. That stuff's important. It's important we're based in facts and science. But if we don't tell the powerful stories, we won't connect. And actually, Farage, give him one thing, he tells a powerful story. But his story is hate and division, and they're currently rocketing through the polls. And I believe it is time for the Green Party and a politics of hope, community, and solidarity. It's time for that to rocket through the polls too.
I think that is a wonderful place to end on. Everybody, Zack Polanski.
Post it in the Discord, because I use the chat as my moderation, essentially, to either pin things, talk to everyone, things of that nature. Put it in the Discord, Reza. I can bring it from the Discord up to the screen. I've put myself in a bit of a crutch, essentially, with this one, using my phone as my moderation tool, essentially, so I can say point, get to fuck, pin people. All of yous are base as fuck. You are amazing people. I've managed to get lots of good people onto my channel, essentially my safe space, if you wish. It is amazing. Thank you. Mwah. Much appreciated to all of yous for promoting my lunacy. Super Happy's coming round to me being actual mouthpiece, if you want to call me that. I will keep on saying to you, if you want to leave the hellscape, please do, Dan. I don't want your mental health to get degraded any much more. Don't get me wrong, you keep me posted on what's happening on that fucking hellscape. If you want to leave, I will not blame you. Trust me on that. I left it fucking years ago. Once I got my friend back here in Glasgow, I rescued her from New Jersey. Her and her husband were both working in New York, but lived in New Jersey for money. Renting in New York is wildly insane, obviously. So they both lived in New Jersey, but they worked in New York. I've got them back now. They're here in Glasgow. She's done her training as a nurse here in Glasgow, by the way. She's Glasgow born and bred. I'm glad I've got her back. And her eldest is now studying to be a child psychologist. Correct, Reza. Obviously, Kevin and Helena are still on the Hill site. Good source for them, really, I guess. and I'll just live vicariously through them. I'm off it. I basically, metaphorically, burned my account. I'm not going back on it. You do not need to give me your postcode. I will start with mine. Morning. Fuck it. G22. Do not use my postcode for nefarious reasons. SNP, Labour, SNP again, Labour. You might be noticing a theme there. NP war crimes. That's right. Oh dear, I've got it too tight. That's a bit better. Okay, voted for smoking bans, fair enough. Consistently voted for allowing terminal people to be given end-of-life assistance, delightful. As a result of COVID-19, some MPs were less able to vote in Parliament in certain periods. This will be reflected by their absence. Voted for means testing and removing universality. Hmm. Douglas Alexander. Cool. Okay. Cousin McKinnell. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Vice Chair of Labour Friends of Israel. Delightful. Did not sign the letter to enforce sanctions on that colonial state. She either abstained or was absent. Coward. Reza, your MP is dog shit. Oh, she donated £2,300 to Labour Friends of Israel. Yeah, we need to get rid of her. Catherine McKinnell, your make BDS illegal. This is delightful. Yes. You can just go onto Pete's website and see that letter that he signed, by the way. He didn't do that deliberately. He was back up here. He was a bit conflicted with that one. Sorry, Pete. You did a bit of a red mark on you there, my dude. Praise be, my hometown MP. I love Pete. He's amazing. Labour does need to die. Is she? Alright. Who gave me that one? Was that you, Reza? Thank you, Reza. I'll need to check that every so often. Thank you so much. Pete's amazing. I love Pete. I've actually drank with him. In pairs, don't worry.
apart by immigration.
Morning people, welcome back to F Politics. Today is another lesson in whether or not black and brown...
Hi, Femi. It is, Reza. It is. Stop giving me nightmares, Reza. I used to think that Wes would be the worst one. Apparently not. It will be Shabana. Her majority is shit. The worst one in the whole Birmingham area, Jess Phillips, her majority is under, is 600 odd. See you later, Jess. But Shabana's majority is just over 1,000, I believe.
people can be racist and xenophobic, because Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood announced the UK government's new policy on refugees, and she was called out by a...
Femi, that tea looks too weak. Sorry, I like strong tea. It's going to be delightful, isn't it, Reza? I hope Wes, Shabana, not Wes, I hope Jess, Shabana, Liam Byrne, I can't remember the other ones, there's about 12 or something Kev said. Basically in the Greater Birmingham area for all the constituencies, all their majorities are all under 10,000. I hope they're all quaking in their boots, especially Shabana Mahmood and Jess Phillips. The pair of them fucking deserve it, really. We will find out at the next general election, don't you worry.
Lib Dem MP, and it went like this.
But what is not helpful is the Home Secretary claiming that the country is being torn apart by immigration. Acknowledging the challenges facing our nation is one thing, but stoking division by using immoderate language is quite another.
Fully agree. Because when the Home Secretary said
illegal migration is creating division across our country,
she's blaming foreigners. She's blaming immigration, the people coming to the UK. She's blaming the foreigners, not the politicians who are stoking hatred against foreigners. Also, it's not illegal immigration, because under the Refugee Convention, people have the right to claim asylum in any other country. It only becomes illegal if they enter that country and don't claim asylum, or they overstay a visa or something. And Shabana Mahmood responds with this.
I have to say to the honourable gentleman, I wish I had the privilege of walking around this country and not seeing the division.
Oh yeah, she's part of Rejoice comrades. Reza is here. Hi Reza. How's it going? Great to see you. Look, our Home Secretary. She is delightful, as always. I want to get rid of her.
That the issue of migration and asylum system is creating across this country. Unlike him, unfortunately, I am the one that is regularly called a fucking packy and told to go back home. It is I who knows through my personal experience and...
I wouldn't call her that. I would just call her horrible as a politician, really. Hang on. I'm sure she was born here. Yes. Ugh. Don't call... Even if you're referring to yourself getting called that, people shouldn't have said called you a fucking packy. It is not delightful, it is horrible, and deeply racist. Obviously, Shabana Mahmood. Oh, she's a year younger than me. Okay. Well, technically 18 months younger than me. Where is she? The Birmingham Ladywood. Where are you from, Shabana? Oh! No, she's British. She was born on the 17th of September 1980 in Small Heath in Birmingham. So she is Birmingham resident, so she's British born. Part of Blue Labour. Thank you, Morris Glassman. You're a fucking wank. Bloody hell. I keep on forgetting about that one. Thanks, Stan, for reminding me. So she is a Blue Labour affiliation, essentially, so she's on the right of the party. She went to Lincoln College. Okay. Oh, she's a lawyer. Ends of Court School of Law. Professional indemnity. Oh, she's shielded capitalists. Delightful. We need to get rid of these bastards. We really fucking do.
That of my constituents, just how divisive the issue of asylum has become.
Okay, but that's worse. I mean, you do get how that's worse, right?
Because the translation of that is, I'm brown, therefore I experience racism, therefore I know firsthand that right-wing rhetoric around immigration puts all ethnic minority people in this country in danger. Therefore, I can't be racist and xenophobic, and you, as a white man, can't know what you're talking about and can't call me out for spreading racism. She is literally using her skin color as a get out of racism and xenophobia free card. So let's look at what she's actually announced, because her opening remarks pretty much sound like anything you'd hear from a Tory or Reform Party speech.
Our world is a more volatile and more mobile place. Huge numbers are on the move. While some are refugees, others are economic migrants seeking to use and abuse our asylum system.
Listen to the words she says, because some are refugees implies just the minority are legitimately refugees, whereas others are just trying to game the system, which implies the majority are trying to game the system. But the numbers that were accessed from the Home Office show that the majority of people are coming from countries where there's a legitimate reason to flee those countries. And roughly 2/3 of asylum applications are successful, which means 2/3 of the people that are crossing those boats and applying for asylum are legitimately refugees. That number only dropped to 48% recently, and this is on the government website. They said that that's because of the new Nationality and Borders Act in 2022. And that new law explicitly penalized people who cross the channel without permission. So putting out the narrative that people who cross the channel in small boats to claim asylum aren't legitimately refugees and they're just after money is simply factually wrong. Worse still, she even attacks actual refugees.
And even genuine refugees are passing through other safe countries, searching for the most attractive place to seek refuge.
Again, she's just parroting the stuff that far-right politicians always say, like saying that refugees cross...
Hello, hi, actual British citizen here. Hi, hello, hi Shabara, hi, can you hear me? They're not coming here for economic reasons, trust me on that. They're fleeing fucking persecution and death, and the fact that we fucked up their countries due to our foreign policy, which isn't our own foreign policy. Thanks. British citizen here, actually suffering at the hands of the British state. It's delightful, honestly. Oh god. I do try to say to people, if you feel that your MP might be receptive, try and email them. Will it work? I'm not entirely sure it would. Depends on who your MP is, of course. My SNP MP was very responsive because she is lovely and I miss her desperately. My current MP, who is Labour, she helped me get my passport, quite like that. Then a friend, family member, helped me get my passport. They fucked up. The HM passport office is crap. Still needs better funding. It is fucking exhausting. I still try my best. At least if I can educate people to show what it's actually like, to maybe get people more active. Don't get me wrong, I'm not forcing interviews to be more active or anything. But if I can give you the information when you talk to people within your social circle, your local area, blah, blah, blah. It is good to have the information on hand from this thing that streams on the interwebs. I am trying to help, I think, a little bit. That is up for all of you to decide if I'm actually doing a good job. I might be, who knows. Femi does quite well. Don't get me wrong, I've got issues with Femi. His channel is quite popular, I'll give him that.
Through many safe countries to get to the UK, therefore they're not really in distress, which is an argument that implies that nobody should ever claim asylum in the UK unless the entirety of...
It is weird. There are better people in the Scottish Greens for other than me to be First Minister, Dan. Trust me on that one. Don't get me wrong, I'm a good communicator, I guess. It looks exhausting being First Minister, it really does. Ross would be able to handle it better than I would. Trust me on that one. I'm sure Gillian would do a good job as well. Thank you for that, though. Much appreciated, Dan. I'd be good in the background. Don't worry on that. But actually, the front person. Maybe's aye, maybe's no.
Europe, right up until our doorstep, was all in complete war. The idea that no refugee should come here because the Middle East is so far away is simply morally selfish. And refugee charities such as the Refugee Council have called this out, saying that people aren't just shopping around for which country to go to, they're coming to the UK largely because they might have family here or because English is their second language. And the reason that English is the second language for a lot of people is because of the UK's colonial past, going around the world telling everybody else to speak English, which means it's a direct reference to the UK's foreign policy, which makes it especially messed up for the UK to be complaining about refugee flows when UK foreign policy is often partly responsible for those refugee flows, because we've been destabilizing regions all across the world. Whether it's selling weapons to Saudi Arabia, which have been used to kill like 400,000 people in Yemen, whether it's selling weapons to Israel, which is being used to commit genocide in Gaza, which means that if you look at the UK's history as a whole, we went around the world, told everybody to speak English, then we destabilized their countries, meaning they had to then flee, and we were the only country that spoke the language that they speak, and so they come here. And for the record, only a tiny fraction actually come to the UK, but we'll get to that. But to then accuse those refugees of just shopping around for the best country is morally disgusting.
The burden that has fallen on this country has been heavy.
Like I said, most people who are fleeing war and persecution in the Middle East, for example, stay in countries that are near their home countries in the Middle East. And even within Europe, we take fewer people per capita than countries like France and Germany.
And over half of refugees remain on benefits 8 years after they have arrived.
Say, Shabby, you've been in power for like a year now. Have you changed the law to make it compulsory for employers to use anonymous job application processes to make sure that we don't have the situation where people with ethnic minority sounding names have to send between 70 and 90% more applications to get a call back from employers? Okay, so you've chosen to allow the situation where it is much harder for ethnic minorities to get jobs and get money and support themselves, and now you're pointing at refugees saying, hey, why are you still on benefits? That's interesting.
To the British public who foot the bill, the system feels out of control and unfair.
But the cost of asylum policy comes through taxation, and it's you, as the government, who decides which British people pay those taxes. You could choose to tax the rich, but you have ruled out raising income tax on the super rich. And this is the problem we always get with progressive policies, whether it's refugee policy or climate change. The cost of these policies, doing the right thing, should be paid for by the people that can actually afford it. And given that the UK has some of the highest levels of wealth inequality in the Western world, there are people in this country who can clearly
You do not need to dox yourself, Razor. What country are you in? You don't need to say if you don't want to, obviously. The free and open space, you don't need to give too much information if you don't want to. Oh dear God. Hello. Hi, Glasgow. Yeah, I would assume that English is one of the major languages that you would need to actually get employment or work there. Lots of capitalist schools in your country, by the way. Quite a lot of them are British, oddly enough. Thanks, Dan. Carry on, Femi.
Barely afford it, but you're choosing not to burden them. Could that be because a lot of the people who used to fund the Conservative Party are now funding Labour? I don't know. And of course, Brexit. Because remember, the Bank of England is effectively a branch of government. Yes, they're independent, but the government relies on the Bank of England for things like controlling inflation. And the Bank of England, effectively a branch of government, says that Brexit is costing the average household £1,000 a year. Which means that no refugee has or will ever cost the British people as much as the politicians who continue backing Brexit. So UK politicians don't get to blame refugees for putting a burden on UK taxpayers when UK politicians are still supporting a Brexit that is costing the UK government £40 billion a year in lost tax revenue.
The pace and scale of change has destabilized.
Oh, Femi, thank you for highlighting that one. That is a good thing. Delightful! We've already dealt with those kind of people before. He does realise that, doesn't he? Manfrog, are you being truly idiotic? Nigel Farage, if you can hear me, check out the battle over Cable Street. Unless you already like it and you're on the wrong side. We've already dealt with you kind of people before, so don't mince what we say. Really. Just fair warning, by the way. Yeah, I suspect it. Well, I know that anyway. A lot of the petrochemical companies are people who work there in the kingdom are either British, American, Canadian, some Australians as well. So their first language is going to be English, obviously. Yeah. I didn't know you were in Saudi Arabia, Razor. Fucking hell. How is it there on the ground, essentially? Being anti-capitalist there seems kind of bad. Oh, Leslie Spoor's fucking amazing. I did indeed, Reza. People see me forget. Even I just forgot about it there. Sorry, Reza. But yeah, we've been dealing with these fucking bastards for fucking decades now. Basically, lectured to us that they can't make it like miserable. I hope they got a lesson. You know what you could do? You could post in the Discord, just put in general if you want, if it's easier. If you can find a YouTube video on it, and we can watch it if you like. I know what one I automatically go to for Cable Street. I can't get in, Razor. The medicines I'm on can't get into the country. They're not allowed, unfortunately. Plus, I'm bisexual. I'm married to a man, obviously. I'm married to a cis-het white man. But I am still bisexual. Forgetting all about those social things or anything. Some of my medicines aren't allowed in, unfortunately. They're not allowed in a lot of either, if you want to call it Middle East or Western Asia, the medicines that I'm on aren't allowed in for reasons. Obviously up to the country themselves to ban the importation of these things. I wouldn't be selling them. I need them. They still won't be allowed in though. I can't get my meds into America. Plus, I'd more likely be blocked from entering America due to my political positions, really, more than my meds, I believe. From what I get from my American comrades. that I talked to. He said, you don't need to worry too much about your meds and stuff. You'll more be blocked getting in, being an out-and-out scary communoid. I will just be coming over for a holiday. I won't be living there. I just want to relax, visit some places and shit. Go to some of the best locations for bands and stuff in New York. Go over to the Bay Area, maybe up to Napa. Try some nice wine. Go to South Carolina for some barbecue. Meet up with some of my friends in either Phoenix or El Paso or the Fort Worth or Dallas. You can tell who I want to visit. I want to visit Shanna Cranky Pants in Capricorn. I want to visit Regester in Oklahoma. I want to visit Dargesh in Ohio. I want to go and say to the Ferret King and in the DFW area. Ideally, I'd want to go and visit Redolent in LA or just outside LA because Redolent is based. We love Redolent here. I don't blame you, Dan. I don't. I still want to get to Germany. Be damn sight easier for all my meds and stuff. I'm fine to get into Germany and stuff in most European nations, obviously. I would struggle to get into America, unfortunately. I'd be fine to get into Canada, oddly enough. Commonwealth still does kind of work.
Stabilise communities.
Has it? Because there are communities in the UK that are literally fighting the authorities, saying, you cannot take away our refugees, they are welcome here. So it's not necessarily people coming here that's destabilising communities, it's the concept of hostility between Brits and foreigners. But who's fueling that ideology? Who's fueling the idea that Brits and foreigners are somehow in opposition to each other? Probably politicians who say stuff like,
illegal migration is creating division across our country.
And you know what I love to see? I love
I keep on forgetting some of the history of these isles, essentially. That this, which is Britain sucks, everyone. How eloquent can I be? For a good few centuries now, our country, our British state, not the government. There's a different thing between the British government, currently Labour, but the British state is the historical memory of these isles, essentially. And most of what happened in British history is dog shit. It is evil. It is colonialism. It is empire. Slavery. Making the working class work to the drop deed, essentially. It is not good. Like I say, I have problems with the British state. The memory of this state is also kind of dog shit. A lot of these people fucking forget what our colonial past is like. I try to remind people about the British state and our history. Because when they bring certain things up, it's like, no, you're still going on what used to be and try to perpetrate it, even though it's mostly stopped, not completely, for obvious reasons. They need to be reminded of British history, essentially. The battles we've all went through to get our small concessions, essentially. Rachel Reeves, can you... Fuck it. The entire British government, the entire British front, the entire Labour front bench, can you hear me? We are fucking fed up. I left the Labour Party for reasons. And just for my voting rights, my sister kept on paying for me. I appreciate her for that. She wished me luck in the Scottish Greens. Thank you, my sister. Thank you. She is starting to change her mind, I feel. As Rosa. Do you? Don't call it Aiden.
To see politicians try and find new ways of saying, I'm not a racist, but.
There will never be a justification for the violence and racism of a minority. But if we fail to deal with this crisis, we will draw more people down a path that starts with anger and ends in hatred.
So the rioters who hunted ethnic minorities in the street last summer, they're wrong, but we have to do what they want anyway. It's the same strategy we've been seeing from Labour for months of, we have to basically copy reform, otherwise reform will take over. Then who are you doing this for? Because from our perspective...
Stop following the line from Man Frog. Keir Starmer, can you hear me? Do not follow the line of Man Frog. It's not going to end well. We're either going to get that in charge, and I'm not here for that. I really amn't. I keep on saying I will literally go out to B&Q and buy myself a shovel and separate the countries physically at that point. Short of that, the something Minecraft, the shovel to someone's face. Again, please, not promoting violence. There is a difference between actual physical violence and metaphorical violence, if you wish. Educating people, voting differently at the end of the day. Some people do need done to them. Again, being not a girl. I'm fed up of these fucking bastards. I want done with them. Any help is much appreciated. Thank you.
If you're just going to copy reform, you may as well be reform. Especially as the leaders of the Reform Party are now basically saying, well, Shabana, you may as well join us because you're doing what we want anyway. And charities like Refugee Action have pointed out the hypocrisy of complaining about foreigners not integrating, while at the same time changing the law in this way.
By making refugee status temporary, not permanent. A grant of refugee status will last 2.5 years, not 5.
Not against international law, against international consensus. Changing that part is truly dog shit. Shabana, you're a horrible, horrible bitch, and you introducing this policy. I don't like you. It is horrible. That is essentially a policy for othering people. Nice. How can we deal with these bastards? Other than at the ballot box. Again, please, no violence. I beg of you. Oh yeah, those decisions, they are definitely, those are the decisions that are made. I know about Yemen. I've researched into Yemen before, like a good few years ago now, during the pandemic when we were all in lockdown, couldn't leave our houses essentially. Yemen is gorgeous. I was doing research for about Aden and stuff, and if I can bring it onto my stream to talk about it, our involvement in Aden and everything, and the socialist uprising essentially there in Aden They do indeed, Reza, they do indeed. Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
It will be renewed only if it is impossible for a refugee to return home. Permanent settlement will now come at 20 years, not 5.
Making it so that refugees cannot be considered as part of British society for 20 years while complaining about refugees not integrating into British society is a wild stance to take. However, because this is not simply a Labour hate channel, I'm going to be honest with you and show you the positives.
We will create a new work and study visa route solely for refugees, with a quicker path to permanent settlement. We will open new, capped, safe and legal routes into this country. These will make sponsorship the primary means by which we resettle refugees, with voluntary and community organisations given greater involvement to both receive refugees and support them, working within caps set by government.
Which is why I've always said, if you want to completely stop people crossing the channel in small boats, fine, but you need to create safe and legal routes to claim asylum in the UK alongside that. But we'll need to see the details of how many routes she opens up, to which countries, what the numbers are, before we can actually pass judgment properly. But the problem is, even if we were to argue that opening these new routes counterbalances the hostility she's shown towards refugees and her other policies, if Labour is still putting out these right-wing narratives of refugees are just gaming the system as economic migrants or they're tearing this country apart, then they're being just as bad as Nigel Farage. They're stoking the very hatred that led to people with my skin tone being hunted in the street last summer. So in terms of whether or not black and brown people can be racist, it depends on your definition of racist, because too many people think that racist means you have to actively...
Razor. Thank you. I've seen that one before, Dan. Razor, thank you. Yeah, thank you. What are things like on the ground where you are? You don't need to get too specific if you don't want to, if it involves where you actually live and operate, do things. What are things like on the ground there? We get a very biased view of Saudi Arabia here. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Mostly good in defence of one of the biggest petrochemical and human rights abusers in the fucking world. It's delightful, as always. Christ. If you can tell me what it's like on the ground, I'd really appreciate it. Again, don't dox yourself, obviously.
We hate all people of a certain colour and want them all to die. But that's stupid for two reasons. One, it ignores the concept of punching up versus punching down. Like a poor person making fun of somebody for being rich isn't quite the same as a rich person making fun of somebody for being poor. And two, it's a lot harder in the modern world, especially with Gen Z and millennials, to get away with being overtly racist. So a more useful definition of racism and xenophobia is, are you upholding systems of racial and xenophobic hierarchy and division? And with Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood, the answer is clearly yes. The fact that she gets called the peace slur just means she knows exactly what kind of damage she's doing to millions of people. It arguably makes it worse. I'm Femi. Make sure you follow F Politics, so Politics doesn't F you. Have a great week.
The people were coming out to, show their support for the Marines so the Marines wouldn't shoot them down. She came out into the crowd. She had a grenade on her. She pulled the pin and was walking to the Marines.
A woman opened the...
What? I'll be back momentarily, comrades, okay? Give me a minute. Oh, dear. Ah! Oh, joy. My ring finger on my left hand went swollen again. Correct, Razor. Remember your interlocutors, people. Please. Scottish disabled Marxist. Advocate for health and social issues and disability. I will be back momentarily. Please bear with me.
door of a small house and stepped outside with her child. The rest of the street was deserted. The local Iraqis had gone inside, most of them scared. On January 4th, 2012, 2 days after his memoir, American Sniper, was published, Chris Kyle appeared on the Opie and Anthony radio show to promote his book. At one point, a caller asks Kyle if he had gotten into a bar fight with Jesse Ventura, the former Navy frogman, WWE wrestler, actor featured in Predator, Governor of Minnesota, and outspoken critic of American foreign policy.
You were in a bar fight with Jesse Ventura, is that true?
Is it? Yes.
In his book, Kyle claims that he was at a wake for a fallen SEAL at a bar in San Diego. Also present at the bar, Kyle writes, a celebrity I'll call Scruffface. Scruff served in the military. Most people seem to believe he was a SEAL. As far as I know, he was in the service during the Vietnam conflict, but not actually in the war. Kyle also claims Scruffface criticized George W. Bush, the invasion of Iraq, and that he moved to Mexico because he hates America. Additionally, he said 9/11 was a conspiracy. I'd imagine it wasn't impossible for readers to make the connection given the number of allusions to Jesse Ventura. But it was allegedly when Ventura said, with regard to the dead Navy SEAL, "You deserve to lose a few." Kyle offered to end it there, but being level-headed and calm can only last so long. I laid him out. Tables flew, stuff happened. Scruffface ended up on the floor. I have no way of knowing for sure, but rumor has it he showed up at the Buds graduation, a graduation for the SEAL and Underwater Demolition School, with a black eye. In July 2014, attorney A.J. Delgado wrote in the conservative National Review, Kyle should have perhaps left it at that. The day after his Opie and Anthony appearance, Kyle was on the O'Reilly Factor and repeated his claim, naming Ventura as the man he had punched in the face.
Now, you don't mention his name, but everybody knows who that is. Number one, that happened? You knocked him out?
Yeah, well, I knocked him down.
Knocked him down.
He said we deserve to lose a few guys.
A day after the O'Reilly interview, Mike Opelka reported on the story for The Blaze. Days later, Opelka reported that Ventura took to Facebook to categorically deny Kyle's story. By this point, the story had become quite popular, and it was the #1 story on The Blaze.
Stunt Brain is working for The Blaze.
Yeah.
He put the whole audio up on The Blaze, and he wrote me late last night saying, holy fuck, this thing is doing really well. And this thing is not going away. Because now we got Chris Kyle saying he absolutely punched Jesse, Jesse saying it absolutely didn't happen.
Ventura spoke with Alex Jones and expressed bewilderment at the story.
He's confessing to assaulting me, and it didn't happen. I can unequivocally tell you that I've never been punched in Coronado, California since I've been out of the Navy. I got out of the Navy in active duty in 1973.
In February 2012, Ventura filed a defamation lawsuit against Chris Kyle in Minnesota. The trial hadn't yet begun when Kyle was shot and killed by a disturbed former Marine in February of 2013. More on that later. The defendant was now the executor of Kyle's estate.
I am back. Sorry about that. I will wait and check to Super Hubby's temperature. He is still burning up. Not good. Oh, by the way, I'm on nurse duty. Super Hubby's developed a fever. He's currently in bed. He went to bed at 6 o'clock. Nearly 9 hours ago now. Oh, don't worry. He's literally warm and clammy to the touch. My poor darling. I'll get back to this one later. I suspect, Greta. I suspect.
The lady's not for turning.
Mrs. Thatcher.
Yes.
Margaret.
Yes.
I've been asked to make a preliminary assessment.
That sounds absolutely delightful.
If I were to say the word love to you, what might that make you think of?
It is a fictitious concept, like heaven, or peace, or God.
What about the love between a parent and a child?
No. You know, the parent is like the branch of a tree. The branch does not love the leaf. The branch holds the leaf, it grows out of it, and then it falls. And the parent's job is to prepare the child leaf for the world as you would put wheels on a car, or cut the legs off a duck to stop it from running around and pecking you. You do not love it.
What about happiness? What does that make you think of?
Growth. Constant and consistent growth.
And is there an accompanying feeling inside?
There is no inside. That is socialism. It is a socialist idea to speak of an inside. The socialist is at heart a criminal. He uses words like help, or feel, or kind to disguise the fact that he is a vile and thieving shithouse. A vile and thieving shithouse. You cannot help others. That would be like a mother saying to its child, "You've fallen over. You've hurt your knee. Let me bathe the graze for you. You've cut yourself. Let me apply a sticking plaster. You're unhappy. Let me comfort you." No, 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 no.
But I wonder...
No.
I just...
No.
Are there any dangers, do you think, in viewing the world in the way you've been describing?
It is not a view of the world. It is how things are. Now, the socialist...
Oh, did you have it? Rejoice, comrades, American friend is here. Hi, Natok. Turkey social. I do like roast turkey, don't get me wrong. Super Hubby has the problems with turkey, doesn't really do. He got forced to do Christmas, the traditional Christmas, for many years running, and he is growing a massive distaste towards it. I don't blame him. I got brought up in a more socially caring household. I love Christmas to a certain extent, being able to meet up with family, friends, things of that nature. I do love that. I love being able to talk to people. How is the actual turkey itself? He might actually hate the thing, the beast. He doesn't know how to roast a turkey or a chicken or a duck. He's rather good in the kitchen. I praise be him because he's a wizard at making recipes. I get good food here. Praise be Super Hubby. He is brilliant in the kitchen. Will you be doing much on actual Thanksgiving on Thursday? You don't need to say if you don't want to, obviously. Look! It is Michelle Gomez playing one of the vilest fucking human being ever known on the British record. Margaret Thatcher. I hate using her actual name. It is either he, her, or she. Or the old demon, witch, devil, whatever you want to call her, essentially. I put Reagan in the same pot, because they're both fucking bastards. They can both get right. I'm glad they're both dead. Ooh, smoked turkey. That sounds good.
Shithouse would have you believe that we are all made equal. No, what a disgusting perversion of the truth. To say that all of us, every one of us, regardless of the facts of birth, somehow deserving of warmth and love and care.
Yes, we are, you ghoul. We are all still human. We really are. Sweet. Post in Discord. Thank you, Dan. I'll go with the biology route. We are all just humans. We're all the same. We're all physically with some internal and cosmetic differences. We're all still human. We're all the same people, Margaret. Really, we are. The fact that you didn't recognise us in our social positions, no such thing as society, after all. You were incorrect. I've been fighting your policies for fucking nigh on 30 years at this point. I am fed up of dealing with them, really. I want short of them. I'm glad you're no longer actually around to actually speak and say things. I no ill will to the dead. It is my motto, but fuck her. Seriously, fuck her. I seriously hope that she is suffering somewhere in the other realm. What's she done to my country? Despise her. Fucking despise her.
That we all have innate value.
She did.
She did. That's an ugly idea. Value must be
in a box, Maggie's in a box. Hang on. Did you get cremated? I hear actually only type her name. Oh, Maggie Thatcher. Yeah. Yeah. She was interred for the first year after she croaked it, but she subsequently got cremated on the 28th of September 2013, so 12 years ago. So she was interned in the Royal Chelsea Hospital. Interesting place to poor. But she was interred there. Then it was a family, a private family cremation essentially. So for state purposes, she was interred for a year. Then she got cremated. I was really wanting a gender-neutral toilet, but she's got cremated essentially. So she died in 2012, by the way, and she got cremated in 2013.
We earned. And people talk about inequality as if it is a bad thing. Inequality is good.
How is inequality good?
If I have a lot of money and good things and a nice, comfortable house for my family, and you do not have these things, and you're living in poverty, neglect, and disgrace, even as I live in warmth, comfort, and pleasantness. And you see, I look at the things that I have compared to the things you do not have. And well, you see, that is wonderful for me.
But it isn't wonderful for me.
Yes, but it's wonderful for me.
But it isn't wonderful for me.
But it is for me. And that is the point of it. To see.
What's the most important thing life has taught you so far?
I will kill again.
You what? Help? We've already dealt with you bastards in the past, so just fuck off. Just, seriously, just fuck off. How many times are we going to have to deal with these fascist bastards? I swear, how many times? I'm fed up with it at this point. Don't get me wrong, I'll still fucking babble them. If anyone's got a couple of grand to spare, I do actually have the skills. I used to fence and I used to do kendo and did samurai training. I know my way around a katana and a saber and somewhat Nevian foil. Don't ask me to use a claymore. That's a great sword, by the way. For more than that, check out Braveheart. Just put in Scottish greatsword, essentially. They're ridiculously huge. They're too unwieldy. They're two-handed swords. I'm better with one-handed swords. Look! They're coming back. You have to remember, these bastards never went away. They just slunk back into the shadows. And now they're being more prominent again in the last sort of 5 or 6 years, last sort of decade, really. You just need to know what to look out for. For more on how to notice a fascist, ask me, ask Kev, ask Helena. Even ask Fem if you want to as well. Or Graham Hughes, just stay away from Filmore House. Fuck it, check out Suze as well. Oh, we love Suze Kempner here, by the way. Correct, Dan. Correct. But he doesn't talk to those type of people. Nigel, you are a fucking liar. We have seen what your party membership is like. They've actually spoke out before. Especially at your party conference earlier this year. So no, get right. He does indeed, Reza. He does. Delightful, as always. I am up for the fight. I really am. I'll be more internet-based, obviously. But if it gets so bad that I need to go in the streets, then it's oh fuck. If they're calling me into action, what the hell?
Widow Taya. Perhaps for this.
The people were coming out to, show their support for the Marines so the Marines wouldn't shoot them down. She came out into the crowd. She had a grenade on her. She pulled the pin and was walking to the Marines.
A woman opened the door of a small house and stepped outside with her child. The rest of the street was deserted. The local Iraqis had gone inside, most of them scared. On January 4th, 2012, 2 days after his memoir, American Sniper, was published, Chris Kyle appeared on the Opie and Anthony radio show to promote his book. At one point, a caller asks Kyle if he had gotten into a bar fight with Jesse Ventura, the former Navy frogman, WWE wrestler, actor featured in Predator, Governor of Minnesota, and outspoken critic of American
Navy frogman, Navy SEAL. Basically working at the behest of the American Empire. These people, Christ, I was fucking old. For more than that, check out any Arnold Schwarzenegger film ever. Especially the ones from the 80s and early 90s, or the 80s and 90s essentially. He usually makes an appearance. Sometimes playing the bad guy.
foreign policy.
You were in a bar fight with Jesse Ventura. Is that true?
Is it? Yes.
In his book, Kyle claims that he was at a wake for a fallen SEAL at a bar in San Diego. Also present at the bar, Kyle writes, a celebrity I'll call Scruffface. Scruff served in the military. Most people seem to believe he was a SEAL. As far as I know, he was in the service during the Vietnam conflict, but not actually in the war. Kyle also claims Scruffface criticized George W. Bush, the invasion of Iraq, and that he moved to Mexico because he hates America. Additionally, he said 9/11 was a conspiracy. I'd imagine it wasn't impossible for readers to make the connection given the number of allusions to Jesse Ventura. But it was allegedly when Ventura said, with regard to the dead Navy SEAL, "You deserve to lose a few." Kyle offered to end it there, but being level-headed and calm can only last so long. I laid him out. Tables flew, stuff happened. Scruffface ended up on the floor. I have no way of knowing for sure, but rumor has it he showed up at the Buds graduation, a graduation for the SEAL and Underwater Demolition School, with a black eye. In July 2014, attorney A.J. Delgado wrote in the conservative National Review, Kyle should have perhaps left it at that. The day after his Opie and Anthony appearance, Kyle was on the O'Reilly Factor and repeated his claim, naming Ventura as the man he had punched in the face.
Now, you don't mention his name, but everybody knows who that is. Number one, that happened? You knocked him out?
Yeah. Well, I knocked him down.
Knocked him down.
He said we deserve to lose a few guys.
A day after the O'Reilly interview, Mike Opelka reported on the story for The Blaze. Days later, Opelka reported that Ventura took to Facebook to categorically deny Kyle's story. By this point, the story had become quite popular, and it was the #1 story on The Blaze.
Stunt Brain is working for The Blaze.
Yeah.
He put the whole audio up on The Blaze, and he wrote me late last night saying, holy fuck, this thing is doing really well. And this thing is not going away. Because now we got Chris Kyle saying he absolutely punched Jesse. Jesse saying it absolutely didn't happen.
Ventura spoke with Alex Jones and expressed bewilderment at the story.
He's confessing to assaulting me, and it didn't happen. I can unequivocally tell you that I've never been punched in Coronado, California since I've been out of the Navy. I got out of the Navy in active duty in 1973.
In February 2012, Ventura filed a defamation lawsuit against Chris Kyle in Minnesota. The trial had...
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, Jesse. That is on written record. Those files have been released, by the way. You actually left the Navy in 88. You can believe Jesse Ventura if you want to. There's hard-written evidence he didn't leave the Navy until the late 80s. And he still worked with them in all of the movies that you've seen him in the mid to late 80s and early 90s, by the way. He ran on that for his acting career, by the way, so he's talking bollocks.
Yet begun when Kyle was shot and killed by a disturbed former Marine in February of 2013. More on that later. The defendant was now the executor of Kyle's estate, his widow, Taya. Perhaps for this reason most of all, the odds did not look good for Ventura. It will be a tough case for Ventura to win, said the Washington Post. Per the Associated Press, legal experts had said Ventura had to clear a high legal bar to win because as a public figure, he had to prove actual malice. Some people questioned whether he could prevail, said the New York Times, given the relatively high legal standard in such cases for public figures. The trial began in July of 2014 at the U.S. District Court in St. Paul. Ventura's defense played a 5-hour-long deposition that Kyle gave before his death. The Minnesota Star-Tribune reported, in video deposition, author trips up on fight details in Ventura libel suit. In the first half of a drama-packed day in U.S. District Court in St. Paul, Chris Kyle's widow Taya Kyle repeatedly broke down in tears on the witness stand as she recalled her late husband's commitment to protect his fellow soldiers. The 10-member jury was riveted. But afternoon testimony may have shifted some sympathy to Ventura's side. In the deposition, videotaped a year before his death, Chris Kyle said he could not remember who told him that Ventura had hit his head when he fell to the sidewalk, could not recall how he learned that Ventura had a black eye, and conceded that tables did not go flying during the 2006 confrontation in a bar near San Diego, which he described in his book American Sniper. While calmly stating that the fight had indeed occurred and that he had punched Ventura in the face, Kyle also conceded that Ventura may not have used a vulgarity in describing former President George W. Bush, which Kyle wrote in his book was one of the reasons he struck him. As A.J. Delgado wrote in the National Review, legal experts claimed Ventura had no shot. A widow crying on the stand? Too sympathetic. A decorated war hero who was tragically killed in an unrelated accident after Ventura filed suit? Too sympathetic. Ventura was facing an almost insurmountable uphill battle in an already tricky area of the law. However, in what was seen as a shocking decision by the jury, Kyle's estate was found liable for defamation and unjust enrichment over his claims. Ventura was awarded $1.8 million in damages. The decision among the 10-member jury was 8-2. Even before he won his suit, journalists did a poor job of hiding their contempt for Ventura. During the trial, the New York Times published practically word for word a list of supposedly unflattering quotes attributed to Ventura as read by the defense. The article serves no other purpose other than a virtual indictment of him. Is he controversial? CBS leadingly asked, followed by a number of his quotes clearly intended to discredit him. Not surprisingly, I didn't see similar article-length indictments containing unflattering quotes from Mr. Kyle. If you've read his famous book, you know there are several contenders. Longtime CNN broadcaster Anderson Cooper was outraged at the jury's decision, and even took to Twitter to air his views. I cannot believe that Jesse Ventura successfully sued the widow of a fallen Navy SEAL. Has he no shame? If there were any liberal corners of the media that were even implicitly taking Ventura's side, I haven't had an easy time finding them. I was really backed into a corner, Ventura said. I was left with no choice but to continue the litigation to clear my name because the story is fabricated. It never occurred, and it accuses me of committing treason against my own. I was part of the underwater demolition team SEAL community. These are my brothers. We're a fraternity. The media at large were apparently affronted by the outcome. In March of 2015, Variety reported that the Motion Picture Association of America and 32 media companies and organizations are supporting the estate of Chris Kyle as his widow appeals a libel verdict in favor of former Minnesota Governor Jesse Ventura. These companies included, among others, A&E Television Networks, the New York Times Company, and Time Inc. Their efforts were successful. as the appellate court overturned the verdict, including Ventura's award, citing arguments by the defense suggesting that Kyle's estate would be covered by the publisher's insurance. As explained by CNN, the appellate court did not rule on whose accounts of the events it believes are true, but whether unjust enrichment laws hold up in Minnesota, and whether Ventura's lawyers improperly referenced an insurance policy covering Kyle's publisher HarperCollins from defamation settlements. A frightening prospect for media companies was successfully thwarted. Ventura stated his intention to continue with the lawsuit. Rather than return to trial, however, the case was settled out of court for an undisclosed amount.
The Kyle family did not pay one dime through this 5-year ordeal. It was paid for by HarperCollins and insurance.
If true, this would appear to add credibility to the claims of his attorney in the first trial, which were deemed unfair by the appeals court. In Ventura's 2016 appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast, he was asked why he thinks Chris Kyle lied.
I believe, and I'm not a doctor, but I've done some studying, I think he was a sociopath. Sociopaths can lie and hold a straight face, and they lie to the point where...
Oh god, you're an actor. You're paid to literally portray certain mindsets and certain characters. And you're not doing that? Really? This is delightful, isn't it? Dear God. Why does this country exist? Well, certain factions within America don't give the caveats needed. Jesse, really? You're still advocating for imperialism, by the way. You want America to be great and things of that nature. Thanks. You're literally activating against your own fucking citizens, by the way.
they believe their own lie.
If Kyle were a sociopath, it stands to reason that this would have aided him significantly.
It might happen in our lifetime, Dan, by the way. Just keep a sort of loose eye on what's happening in America. Kind of maybe just keep on checking and looking over at what's actually happening, how it's getting reported here, what's happening in the States here and the UK. That was a good thing to do, actually. I keep checking. It's getting worse. I'm here to stop it. Can I be heard? I hope a little bit. I hope. Fine, he's got skills.
In his military career, his job after...
He had skills, fair enough. The way he used those skills, major problems. Major problems. Ha ha ha. Did you, Natok? Cool. Oh, Natok, what's your opinion of Chris Kyle, by the way? Or just Ventura as well, at least, or maybe the governor. I do like listening to what Arnie has to say, don't get me wrong. He's still a liberal. He might not be he's not like quite a lot of the GOP fucking lunatics. They are all psychopaths and sociopaths. Most of them are at least. My God. MTG. How is she doing? That's a bit of a gear change for her. Correct, Reza. Correct.
After all, was to kill people, as he put it. Perhaps it would help explain his descriptions of killing people. I'll quote Kyle at length from his memoir to give a fair amount of context. Hey everyone, thank you so much for watching, and if you'd like to support me, consider becoming a patron where I have exclusive videos that can't be shown on YouTube. I recently dropped a video there that I don't even know if I can discuss here on YouTube.
I'm a member on his YouTube, by the way. I will be joining his Patreon in the new year. Once I've got through the... I've got... sorry. 2 birthdays and Christmas, and 3 birthdays in January. It's all family members, don't worry. And getting Christmas presents and things bought. I am going to be a coward and go the easy way out and just either get family members, either give them cash or chocolate or food things, essentially. Excuse me, sorry. I seem to be burping a lot. I do apologise. I gave my brother, my sister's partner, the film American Sniper. Oh dear God, I can fucking see him. Shit. A Star's Born. Bradley, oh Christ, I can fucking see him. He was in the remake of The A-Team with Liam Neeson. Forgotten his name, Christ.
So definitely check that out. Thank you so much to all of my patrons. I would...
Bradley Cooper, fuck's sake. It's already happening, Reza. For the people? It hasn't been for the people for ever. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on it. Don't worry.
Be able to do this without you all. Also, thank you so much to everyone that has donated. I rely on my patrons and donations, as I'm not advertiser friendly. There's another question people ask a lot. Did it bother you killing so many people in Iraq? I tell them no, and I mean it. The first time you shoot someone, you get a little nervous. You think, can I really shoot this guy? Is it really okay? But after you kill your enemy, you see it's okay, you say, great. You do it again and again. You do it so the enemy won't kill you or your countrymen. You do it until there's no one left for you to kill. That's what war is. I loved what I did. I still do. If circumstances were different, if my family didn't need me, I'd be back in a heartbeat. I'm not lying or exaggerating to say it was fun. I had the time of my life being a SEAL. With more detail on his method...
What the actual fuck? Chris, problems with your stance there. Serious, major, fucking horrible problems. You're working and promoting an empire of disenfranchisement, stealing from the global south. Inflicting punishments and economic harm on actual American citizens because the American military is basically a black hole of funding at this point. It really is. And you were part of that. Help? don't get me wrong, I want military for my country. I do. I want my nation, my country to be protected. But all the funding that goes to these separate states and actually funding America or giving them support through the special relationship problems. It is, Reza. It is disgusting. I hate it.
Of killing. Contrary to what you're probably thinking, not all sniper shots, certainly not mine, take the bad guys in the head. Usually I went for center mass, a nice fat target somewhere in the middle of the body.
Head, centre of mass is from about just below the collarbones down to about the hips, so this area, that is what is considered the centre of mass. Don't go for headshots, you might miss, essentially. I have talked to former soldiers, including my, I'll just call him brother-in-law, it's easier, my sister's partner. He was cavalry, he fixed and worked in tanks, essentially. So do you all train for centre body? Yeah, in the British military we are, yeah. Centre mass. It's easier, bigger target. Do some people get taught to go for this? Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, we still actually train people to go for headshots. We're not encouraged to do it though. This is smaller than this. Obviously, as you can tell, especially when we got the boubage, wide hips, rather chunky looking thighs actually as well. So he's true in saying that they do actually get trained to go for centre of mass, which is this area. Anything below the collarbones down to about the hips, or the pelvic girdle if you wish, if you're more to biology brained.
Giving me plenty of room to work with. During the American siege of Fallujah, Kyle recalled, looking out the window, I was anxious for the battle to start. I wanted a target. I wanted to shoot someone. Describing his tattoos, on the front of my arm, I had a Crusader cross inked in. I wanted everyone to know I was a Christian. I had it put in red for blood. I hated the damn savages I'd been fighting. I always will. They've taken so much from me. In the book's opening pages, he described...
No, they haven't. You're working at the behest of imperialism, Chris, by the way. You were. I don't think we can reach people like Chris Kyle. I really don't. Definitely can't be. You definitely can't reach Jesse Ventura. It's not worth it, really. Can Bear Grylls be reached? Probably not. Chris Ryan be reached? Oh. Joe Clinton can. Joe Clinton is good, people.
The enemy he was supposedly fighting. Savage, despicable evil. That's what we were fighting in Iraq. That's why a lot of people, myself included, called the enemy savages. There really was no other way to describe what we encountered there. With regard to how many he'd killed, the number is not important to me.
Invaded the country. Why do you think you are hated? You literally invaded Iraq. My country invaded Iraq as well, along with yous. I despise. I fucking despise it. I love Hakeem and Center of his takes. I am with Hakeem on this one. They invaded his country. Check out Hakeem if you want. He's got some really good videos, by the way. He is an Iraqi. He is a doctor. And he is actually seen on the ground what happened to his country at the hands of the American and UK and other Western actors, if you wish, what has actually happened on the ground in Iraq. It is truly despicable what we've done to that country through the years, through the decades and through the centuries. It really is. I hate it. Chris Ryan, please read the history of your own country, and possibly as a side note, read the history of my country as well. It might actually give you a better clue in what imperialism is actually like. Because that's what happened in Iraq with our forces. It really did. Look at all of this delightfulness. This is brilliant.
I only wish I had killed more. Not for bragging rights, but because I believe the world is a better place without savages out there taking American lives. Everyone I shot in Iraq was trying to harm Americans or Iraqis loyal to the new government. The first person he kills in the book was a woman he claims was holding a grenade. It was clear that not only did she want to kill them, but she didn't care about anyone else nearby who would have been blown up by the grenade or killed in the firefight. Children on the street, people in the houses, maybe her child. She was too blinded by evil to consider them. She just wanted Americans dead no matter what. My shot saved several Americans whose lives were clearly worth more than that woman's twisted soul. I can stand before God with a clear conscience about doing my job, but I truly, deeply hated the evil that woman possessed. I hate it to this day. The woman was
Citation needed. You can look into that woman's mind. You don't know what she was thinking. And again, actual citation needed for the actual things that actually happened, IRL. Give us evidence, please, Chris. Thank you.
Evil, Kyle alleges, too blinded by evil to consider the civilians and children that could die from the grenade blast and ensuing firefight. Kyle, however, doesn't appear to consider the civilians that could die as a result of the massive firepower that was called in to assist him and the other troops during the campaign in Al-Faw, or for that matter in Fallujah or Ramadi. All sorts of aircraft were overhead. FA-18s, F-16s, A-10As, even an A...
Okay, the slight knowledge is Super Happy's better at these classifications than I am, sorry. FA-18 Hornets are fighter attack, they're basically attack bombers. F-16s are the Eagles, they're the air superiority. A-10As are bombers, and the AC-13 gunship are large fixed wing. Oh dear God, right. Ah! Alright. That was my fault. Ah! What the fuck am I doing? I do apologise. Sorry about that. Oh, there we go, that's the best one. This one here, this one here, that is the F-18 Hornet. Those are bombs underneath the wings. They're fire bombers. The slight air superiority, the maneuverability of the Hornet is actually fairly decent, I guess, for what it does. Joy's comrade. Puerto Rican comrade. I thought now. How goes it? So that's the main model that was used. Okay. I'm 16. It's a fire jet model. They are heat seekers. Some of them are heat seekers. I can't. I'm better asking Super Hubby. So this is air superiority, basically dominating the skies of whatever they're in. That's the Warthog, that's a bomber, and the AC-130 is oh my god. Oh god. ¿Cómo estás?
C-130 gunship. The Air Force A-10s, better known as Warthogs, were awesome. They're slow-moving jets, but that's intentional. They're designed to fly low and slow so they can put a maximum amount of gunfire on ground targets. Besides bombs and missiles, they're equipped with 30mm Gatling cannon. Those Gatlings chewed the hell out of the enemy that night. It got to the point where the Iraqis realized they were f***ed and tried to flee. Big mistake. That just made them easier to see.
Yeah.
I thought to myself, this is great. I f***ing love this. Indeed, Kyle was quite disinterested in the fate of the Iraqis, or as he put it, I could give a flying f*** about them. The book has sold well over 1 million copies. Already by March of 2012, it reached #1 in the New York Times hardcover nonfiction bestseller list. Though, as revealed during Jesse Ventura's defamation suit, a publisher boasted that the controversy has helped the book go crazy. In order to find the story of the killed Iraqi woman compelling, as many Americans apparently did, you'd have to take for granted that Iraqis had to be evil to fight Americans. Many Americans supported Afghan and Arab mujahideen in Afghanistan for fighting against the Soviets, who had invaded a Muslim country. Now that Americans do it, however, anyone who fights against that is evil and deserving of death. A debate was ignited by the release of the movie in 2014, with some raising questions about how the book differed from the movie. In retrospect, it's surprising to see who criticizes and defends Kyle in this exchange on Real Time with Bill Maher.
If you're a Christian, I know this is a Christian country, I hate the damn savages. I don't give a f what happens. Doesn't seem like a Christian thing to say.
You can't sum up a man by one quote taken out of context. You don't know how he said that. And I think if you're fighting a war, I bet you say a lot of f***ed up shit in the middle of it.
Well, that was after the war when he wrote a book.
All right, but you've been through a war.
Eisenhower once said, I hate war as only a soldier who has lived it can.
Brett Stevens, then of the Wall Street Journal, is quite offended by Maher's criticism.
The savages he's talking about, okay, aren't ordinary Iraqis. The savages are al-Qaeda killers.
The fact that a columnist from one of the largest American newspapers would use such disqualifying language to refer to a resistance comprising tens of thousands of people is telling, to say the least. He's since joined the New York Times as an opinion columnist. Even Chris Kyle distinguished between the range of political and religious affiliations among the resistance fighters. Some were former members of Saddam's army and members of the Ba'athist party that Saddam had headed. There were Fedayeen, members of a paramilitary resistance group the dictator had organized before the war. There were small, poorly organized groups of Iraqi guerrillas who were also called Fedayeen, though technically they weren't connected with Saddam's organization. Though nearly all were Muslim, nationalism rather than religion tended to be their primary motive and organizing principle. Then there were the groups organized primarily around religious beliefs. These identified themselves as mujahideen, which basically means people on jihad, or as Kyle calls them, murderers in the name of God. There was also Al-Qaeda in Iraq. All of them, according to Kyle, deserved to die for fighting the Americans. A foreign invader imposing its will on the people of Iraq through extraordinary violence. Military occupation and all the worst qualities of counterinsurgency, such as mass internment and torture, along with aerial bombardment and siege warfare. Despite the distinctions he made while promoting his book between savages and ordinary Iraqis, Kyle writes early on in the book, "I started killing a lot of Iraqis. We all were. But for everyone we shot, 4 or 5 seemed to materialize to take their place." He doesn't distinguish so carefully here about Iraqi savages and Iraqis. He just says he killed lots of Iraqis. Unsurprising given the rules of engagement at the outset of the invasion, which were, as Kyle recalled, if you see anyone from about 16 to 65 and they're male, shoot them. Kill every male you see. That wasn't the official language, but that was the idea. Indeed, Kyle was but one especially enthusiastic killer among scores of troops commanded by officers who told them to murder males indiscriminately, and who called in airstrikes with enormous firepower that killed indiscriminately. Shortly after Kyle's death in 2013, there was renewed interest in stories that Kyle told that raised doubts. For starters, Kyle claimed to have shot and killed 2 would-be carjackers in Cleburne, Texas in January of 2009. He told a Dallas journalist that police arrived afterward and they ran his driver's license. But instead of his name, address, and date of birth, what came up was a phone number at the Department of Defense. At the other end of the line was someone who explained that the police were in the presence of one of the most skilled fighters in U.S. military history, and they let him go without charge. Kyle said a tape of the incident was still out there, and that he got emails from police officers all over the country thanking him for cleaning up the streets. The Fort Worth Star-Telegram, however, investigated the claim and checked with the medical examiner's office, which reported no such deaths in Cleburne in January 2009. They additionally asked Cleburne police about it, and after a day of research, they said they had no record of such a shooting. Ditto for the Johnson County District Attorney's Office. This wasn't the only story that Kyle told that couldn't be verified. Shortly after his death, Nicholas Schmidl wrote a profile of Kyle for The New Yorker that followed up on his tall tales. Not long after Kyle was on the Opie and Anthony radio show, Kyle was with a group of people in his hotel suite, including a number of Navy SEALs, drinking late in the night. The SEALs began telling stories, and Kyle offered a shocking one. In the days after Hurricane Katrina, he said, the law and order situation was dire. He and another sniper traveled to New Orleans, set up on top of the Superdome, and proceeded to shoot dozens of armed residents who were contributing to the chaos. 3 people shared with me various recollections of that evening. The first said that Kyle claimed to have shot 30 men on his own. According to the second, the story was that Kyle and the other sniper had shot 30 men between them. The third said that she couldn't recall specific details. In my mind, this raises questions over the discrepancy between the number of people Kyle killed in Iraq according to the Department of Defense, some 160, and his personal claim of over 250, which were not confirmed. Apparently, confirmed means it was witnessed by someone else.
You have to have witnesses verify that he is dead.
Did he kill some 100 other people that nobody else saw? But in his Opie and Anthony interview, he says there were always people with him.
What is a confirmed kill? Someone else has to see you do it, or how do they confirm a kill?
Well, every time I went out, because I wasn't alone, there were always guys there to see it and to actually witness it.
The number of 160 confirmed kills now gives me pause. In an interview with Time to promote his book, the interviewer reveals,
somewhere, we can't get them out of the Navy, but somewhere there's 160 of those forms with your name on them.
Yes, ma'am.
As CNN put it after Kyle's death, although the military does not release such statistics, the book claimed Kyle had 160 confirmed combat kills. It's revealed in Kyle's book as follows. The Navy credits me with more kills as a sniper than any other American service member, past or present. I guess that's true. They go back and forth on what the number is. 1 week it's 160, the official number as of this writing, for what that's worth, then it's way higher, then it's somewhere in between. If you want a number, ask the Navy. You may even get the truth if you catch them on the right day. This description appears to conveniently leave room for the number to fluctuate, and also, since the military reportedly doesn't provide such information, to never be confirmed.
Official secrets do exist. We won't get the full information. I would hope in my lifetime. I am only 46 after all. I'll be looking out. I'll probably start looking in my mid-50s really soon, in a decade from now, whether they actually release the true count from this individual. And I'll still take that with a pinch of salt, really. We cannot trust anything that comes out of the American state. We can't, in no way, shape or form. We can't trust anything that comes out of the British state either. I might be quite salty.
I couldn't find many outlets who reported the oft-repeated 255 total killed, including confirmed and unconfirmed, before the book was published. One article from U.S. News & World Report from November 2011 announces the upcoming autobiography, saying, with 255 confirmed kills, the Iraq War veteran is considered the most lethal sniper ever. Following the book's release, HarperCollins included in a book description for their website, the Pentagon has officially confirmed more than 150 of Kyle's kills, but it has declined to verify the astonishing total number for this book. The 255 number was repeated ad nauseum by news outlets afterward, however, as the number Kyle claimed, against the 160 supposedly confirmed by the Pentagon, according to Kyle, the book's authors and publishers. Kyle's embellishments should raise questions about the other claims he made, to put it lightly. A particular story he described in his book comes to mind. One time in Iraq, according to Kyle, a man came out of a building and began maneuvering in the direction of a convoy. He had an AK. I shot him, he went down. But the army wanted to investigate this particular killing. A tank commander came out and interviewed the dead man's wife. She told them her husband was on his way to the mosque and carrying a Quran. Kyle said her story was ridiculous. But the officer, whom I'm guessing hadn't been in Iraq very long, didn't believe me. The soldiers began to look around for the rifle, but by that time, so many people had been in the area that it was long gone. Afterward, he was recalled to base, where he was interviewed by a colonel. Kyle was angry. I had trouble holding my tongue. At one point, I told the army colonel, I don't shoot people with Qurans. I'd like to, but I don't. The colonel ended up dropping the matter 3 days later. Did they find the AK? He doesn't say. This is the book that Warner Brothers, Steven Spielberg, and Bradley Cooper wanted to turn into a movie. Spielberg left the project. His vision was too big budget. And Clint Eastwood took over, who happened to be reading the book when he got the call. There's some irony in Kyle's stated desire to shoot people with Qurans. Early on in the book, he admonishes Muslims, saying, "We don't kill people because they're a different religion. The people we were fighting in Iraq after Saddam's army fled or was defeated were fanatics. They hated us because we weren't Muslim. They wanted to kill us even though we just booted out their dictator because we practiced a different religion than they did. Isn't religion supposed to teach tolerance?" Revealing the true nature of his prejudice against Muslims generally. Kyle's tirade against Islam is all the more confused when remembering how he described the various factions among the resistance, which included members of Saddam's army and Fedayeen, whose motivations were primarily nationalism rather than religion, in his words. Even Islamic groups such as the Islamic Army of Iraq did not want to kill Americans because they're Christians, but because they were violently overthrowing and occupying their sovereign Muslim country. Not everyone who fought in Iraq joined immediately either. Ahmed Mansour of Al Jazeera, one of the only foreign journalists present during the siege of Fallujah, spoke to a local resident who said, "They have gone too far in degrading us and humiliating us. I am to the point where I am ready to kill an American soldier if I get the chance. Saddam's men were awful, but we're a proud Bedouin people with a common code of honor that stood strong even with Saddam's men. His men never dared enter a home to search it until we made sure everyone was decent and our girls had a chance to properly veil themselves. Only then would we let them in to do their search. But those Americans are low-life rogues." Other developments, such as the Abu Ghraib torture scandal, mass internment, and the destruction and chaos caused by the siege, warfare, and aerial bombardment, were realities that drove many to the resistance. By no means did you have to be evil or fanatical to fight against the Americans. In fact, it was well within their right and quite moral for them to do so. The screenplay for the film American Sniper was based on Kyle's memoir, according to screenwriter Jason Hall. The opening scene is based on the opening of Kyle's book, The Story of the Evil Woman with the Grenade. In the film, she becomes even more evil as she passes the grenade to a child. Otherwise, she'd just be a woman fighting a legitimate war of resistance against a foreign military occupation. Now she selfishly and cruelly has a kid do it on her behalf, her own child even. As the story is told in the book, her child, curiously, seems to disappear. First, she steps outside with her child. Afterward, I looked through the scope. The only people who were moving were the woman and maybe a child or two nearby. Then she sets the grenade, he shoots her, and the grenade explodes. Her child is apparently no longer there when this happens, as he ponders the hypothetical scenario that would have occurred had the grenade went off, which it did, or the ensuing firefight if the grenade had killed Marines, maybe even her own child. CNN mischaracterized the story in 2013 and has never issued a correction, saying his first kill was a woman who cradled a toddler with one hand and held a grenade in the other. On Opie and Anthony, Kyle doesn't mention that a child was present when he shot the woman, or when the grenade exploded, which surely would have at least injured a toddler being cradled in her hand or arm. Actually, he said on Opie and Anthony that she was in a crowd of people, which differs from the book.
She was out in the town greeting the Marines during the invasion. As the Marines were coming into the city there, the people were coming out to, show their support for the Marines so the Marines wouldn't shoot them down. Let them know that, hey, we're not fighting you. You just go ahead and come right on in. Well, she came out into the crowd. She had a grenade on her. She pulled the pin and was walking to the Marines.
Whoa. Now, how did you know to keep focus on her, or were you watching from a distance, or were you close?
I was close. I was in the city already.
Okay.
I was up in top of a building watching, trying to keep track of the crowd.
Kyle wrote in American Sniper, I looked through the scope of the sniper rifle, scanning down the road of the tiny Iraqi town. 50 yards away, a woman opened the door of a small house and stepped outside with her child. The rest of the street was deserted. The local Iraqis had gone inside, most of them scared. The film presents in its opening scene the enemy that Chris is fighting. The first images of the Iraqi resistance, a woman sending her own child to die. Even Chris Kyle's book reveals that resistance fighters took steps to warn surrounding civilians of an impending attack on U.S. troops, contrary to the image of fanatical terrorists that didn't care who they killed. Kyle writes, insurgents normally put small rocks in the middle of the road to warn others where we were. Civilians usually saw the rocks and quickly realized what was going on. They always stayed far away, hours might pass before we saw any people again. In the movie, Kyle shoots the child and his mother. The man beside him calls her an evil bitch. The movie portrays Kyle as being haunted by killing people. This anguish is something he not once expressed in the book. He writes, "The first time you shoot someone, you get a little nervous. You think, can I really shoot this guy? Is it really okay? But after you kill your enemy, you see it's okay. You say, great." On second thought, Guy suggests a man. With regard to the woman, the book says it was the first time he'd killed anyone while on the sniper rifle. It was the first time I'd killed anyone while I was on the sniper rifle, and the first time in Iraq, and the only time I killed anyone other than a male combatant. This clearly suggests that this was not the first time he killed someone. On Opie and Anthony, he's asked what it's like to kill for the first time.
Is it hard for you the first time you do it, or?
It definitely was, especially my first shot was on a woman.
Greg Opie Hughes follows up with Kyle, asking,
We're all assuming, was that the first time you killed somebody?
It was.
Yep.
It was.
Wow.
It's established from the very beginning of the film that the enemy is shockingly and wickedly evil. Responding,
I don't believe Chris Ryan in that one, by the way. I don't. Although I don't have the context for that. I don't actually have the actual hard evidence for it. I don't believe him. I really don't. Citation needed, if you please. Thanks. Why do these people exist?
To criticism of the film, Bradley Cooper told journalists it's not a political movie at all. Saying it's not a political movie is, of course, absurd. The film venerates a Navy SEAL sniper who killed Iraqis during an American military campaign and occupation of a foreign country. It demonizes seemingly ordinary Iraqis, a mother and her young child, by inventing stories of wicked cruelty that never happened. The movie was a smash hit, becoming America's highest-grossing war movie. It also earned 6 Academy Award nominations, including for Best Picture. It lost to Birdman. As described by Schmidl in his New Yorker profile, the man that shot Chris Kyle, Mr. Eddie Ray Routh, was a disturbed individual. He'd apparently killed a child in Iraq, after which his personality began to change. His father Raymond said that, while on a vacation in Texas, he was talking all kinds of goddamn bullshit. I mean this off-the-wall shit, how he's Dracula, how he's a werewolf, and all this shit. Twice, Routh walked over to his father's car, retrieved a .357 Magnum, and Raymond took the pistol away both times. After the second instance, he emptied the cylinder and threw the bullets into the lake. He was admitted to the VA hospital in Dallas. Raymond recalled, "The doctor was writing all the stuff down, and I said, Eddie, why don't you tell her what you've been telling me all day, about wanting to and how you're Dracula and all this bullshit." This time, Routh stayed for 3 weeks. After he was discharged, his family had a fish fry. At the fish fry, he got into a fist fight with his dad and threatened to kill his family. He again landed at the VA and was discharged a few days later. He was sent back once again to the VA after he was pacing around with a knife awaiting government agents. The Dallas VA, reportedly the worst in the nation at the time, released him after a week. His mother, Jody, was desperate, but she happened to work at the school where Chris Kyle's kids went. One day she stopped him in the parking lot and pleaded with him to help her son. Kyle and a friend of his named Chad Littlefield took him to a rifle range. On the way there, Kyle texted Littlefield, "This dude is straight up nuts," with Littlefield replying, "Watch my 6." When they got to the range, Routh shot Kyle and Littlefield with 2 different pistols, reportedly an M1911 and a 9mm Sig Sauer P226. Kyle was lying face down. He had been shot in the back and in the back of the head. Blood covered his baseball cap. His pistol lay in the sand within reach. Afterward, Routh called his sister, who asked him about his day. "It's kinda shitty. I broke up with my girlfriend from Louisiana." His girlfriend, who was now his fiancée, was not from Louisiana. Routh drove to his sister's house and asked if the world was freezing over, then announced that he had a new truck. His sister Laura asked if he had traded in his car, a Volkswagen Beetle, and he said no, but added, "I sold my soul for a truck. We went to the gun range, I killed them." Laura asked her brother what he was talking about. "Chris and his friend, I killed them. I murdered them." Prosecutors focused on Routh's drug and alcohol use to discount his insanity plea. Their efforts paid off.
Are you away, Dan? Thank you, Dan. Much appreciated. I love you. I desperately need to meet you, and it should be relatively easy for both of us because we're both here in Scotland. Bye, Dan. You know where to find me, obviously. Say goodbye to Dan, everyone. He is based. He is Scottish. He is my friend.
Routh was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
I know you all I know you voted for Raptor. We're going to annoy Cranky. We're going to annoy Cranky Pants.
Some people are saying that we face the risk of 1970s style stagflation in the UK, where inflation is above expectation and unemployment is also higher than anybody would wish. We've got 4% inflation at the present point in time and around 5% unemployment, although I think the real rate is higher than that. So is this a real problem? And what anyway was 1970s stagflation, which is what gave rise to this term? It's something we need to talk about, because the truth is, it's deeply misunderstood, and the chance of getting it back is very low indeed. But that requires us to understand the causes of the problems that gave rise to the end of Keynesianism in the 1970s. Back then, in the 1970s, and I was around at the time, inflation rose while unemployment stayed high. This wasn't
Well, my name is Ryan.
Under the Keynesian people.
Fuck you! I'm not a slave. I'm not your slave. Oh, it says beer, please. As I was going down the slide, this guy's trying to get
You are welcome
I have
here.
beer.
We have a
It's the break
pull-out
room.
couch, and it's actually
want
really
some?
comfy.
You could have 100% of it. That's what.
As long as you like cats and dogs.
Say, hey, Shane, you could have 57% of this Coors.
The model didn't work, and that they had to find something.
Ooh, I hear shuffling around. Who's here with me? Ooh, actually, I'm getting the vibe changed in here. I actually am a little scared.
Oh, you're almost there. You're almost there.
Who is in here with me? I hear you.
Bisbee.
Show
Yeah, we're smack in Phoenix area.
Sounds like it's coming from this coffin. Okay, that's just a dead lady.
But it is nice to go to other places. I have yet to be to Tombstone. That is something that we're gonna make Steve bring us to Tombstone at some point.
What the fuck? We're hearing this, right? There's no way. This has to be fake. This just moved. This just fucking moved. Is that part of the escape room? Is that you? Course. A fucking course.
Damn it, Shane.
Was that you wrestling around? I was like, I hear something.
Yeah, it was me.
Unbelievable.
Mark's here too. It's great. How was it?
I think I did okay.
Did you lay down in this?
No, because it looked kind of gross, honestly, the sheets. Like, I don't know. You can lay it in there if you want.
All right. I'll get cozy in here.
See, I love that you know that, CJ. Phoenix Airport to smoke in the woods. Yeah. Hi, Skibo.
It's been a pleasure.
How are you doing, Skibo? Hold on. Yeah. Okay, it's a Nightbot. Hold on. Okay, try it now, Skeeble. That would be awesome, Squish. Okay. Should be able to do shoutouts now. Do you have to work tonight, Skeeble? This fucking thing.
See you later.
See you next time, everybody.
Damn, I'm gonna have to find a new co-host. Well, this has been fun. Goodbye, Dare to Escape.
Dare to Escape was an escape room built to amuse that now also terrifies. But as to who or what is the culprit for the latter, that is still unknown. Did we make contact in the courtyard? Is there something
that can be done, Squish.
Hallway? Our job as investigators
6 hours cutting, splitting, hauling, and stacking wood. Replace the brakes in your car. Enemy dinner. Benedict. Oh yeah, no shit. Taken 2 Benadryls at work and been fine, but also like at work I don't fucking stop moving. Oh yeah, no, CJ. Skeeble was playing a Pokemon game and was like, I gotta stand up because I'm gonna fall asleep. Yeah. I wish Benadryl did that for me now. What's this? Skeeble's gonna be asleep in like 20 minutes. Oh, hell! Look at it! Oh, that's gorgeous.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andrea. Everybody wants this.
That's so cool.
I feel so bad to ruin this. Oh no.
Aw. New vocal stim unlocked, it's called. However, didn't do shit for me at all. Yeah, but finding the... I think CJ's like me and like resistant to a lot of things, but then when you find that one thing, you're like, I'm done. Isn't that man territory?
Echolalia. I feel so bad to ruin this.
Mary, what are you teaching him? Go shuffle. There she goes. Go shuffle. Underpants storm watch.
Underpants storm watch.
It's ham. Nice.
Ham. Oh.
Name practice.
Love.
Love. And we got trash hole.
Oh. Is Charles playing trash?
2 turned into 3, 3 turned into 4. Yup. Welcome in, Mad Cat. We're just watching some shorts before we wrap up.
Mary, what are you teaching him?
Short stream today. I didn't start till like 5.
Go shuffle.
Okay, let's see.
It isn't too early to strawberry flavored gelatin in a cup and a half of boiling water. And now we're adding the gelatin gradually to a cup of Miracle Whip salad dressing. That's where the creamy look and the teasing flavor come from.
Hi!
After the mixture has chilled till it's slightly thickened, fold in a 10-ounce package of cranberry relish and a cup and a half of applesauce. It's a marvelous combination of flavors, and the lively, teasing taste of Miracle Whip is perfect for it. Just before serving, unmold it, then we're going to top it off with more Miracle Whip and watercress. With holiday time coming up and lots of sandwiches and salads to be made, better get a couple of jars of uncopyable Miracle Whip from Kraft.
No, Marco, no!
It isn't too early to be thinking about something spectacular.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, CJ and I do a lot of things with medications that we shouldn't. I've gotten better now that I found medications that actually work for me. There's Zyrtec, there's Claritin, Lisa didn't shove it in Jello. Yup. What's this? Okay, hold on.
What are you doing there, Grandpa?
He's got a buzz. Oh, he's got.
Those are already a drink.
Making a stronger drink.
15%.
I have restless leg syndrome. Oh, it sucks so bad.
Oh, that's full, and this is an air still for water.
No, it's 9.
Grandpa.
So you're making moonshine out of buzz balls. What are you gonna call it?
Buzz shine.
Some buzz shine. Let's see how strong this comes out. Jar's under it and ready. And there it goes.
Oh, balls.
So that's the first drinkable jar?
Yeah, now we're going to proof it.
Alright, let's see what proof she is. The Buzz Shine. Alright, there's some 138 proof Buzz Ball, or Buzz Shine, as Grandpa says.
Oh, God.
Smells like Buzz Ball.
Yes. What you got, Mad Cat?
Tastes like 140. Shine on.
Please don't hurry up, man. He's still trapped inside. Okay, dispatch, we have a vehicle on its side with an occupant trapped inside. Send me another engine. Hey, grab the extrication equipment right now.
Hey, man. What's going on?
What do you mean, what's going on? Your vehicle's on its side. Are you okay?
Yeah, I mean, besides feeling stupid, flipping my car doing donuts.
Okay. So you're not hurt at all?
Nah, man, nothing I can do. Oh, wait. I do have a cut on my elbow. Do you guys carry Band-Aids on that fire engine?
Dispatch, cancel the other engine.
Please don't hurry up, man. He's still inside.
Good job, Squish.
On its side with an occupant.
You haven't figured it out? It's an ice wall yet?
Don't you take that patronizing tone with me, boy. You're wearing a hat that says Ice Wall. I wish I had the balls to walk around with a sign on my head that says I never learned how to read.
When the Navy went to Antarctica and flying a helicopter and panning, they never get to the end. It's just an ice wall.
Whoa, okay, pause. Antarctica's really big, about the size of one Antarctica. But you seem to have gotten the size of Antarctica confused with the size of Rhode Island. Secondly, let's critical think for a second, if you can do that. By some lapse of judgment on my end, I decided to give you a helicopter, and I told you to fly it around Antarctica. Firstly, you wouldn't make it. It's too big, you'd run out of fuel, you'd crash into the ocean. For any confusion, see Rhode Island before you crash into the ocean.
Sure, we're getting ready to wrap up, but, do you want to do Discord, or what? I think Discord might be the easiest. Oh, okay. Let me pull up Cappy's. Let me pull up Cappy's thing real quick. Hold on. Let's see. Because I use my stream manager, not Cappy's. Let's, Ba-dum-bum-bum. Alright. Do you want to knock or do you want me to knock, Mad Cat?
If you were flying around Antarctica in a big counterclockwise circle, do you know what you would see out of the left window of your helicopter the entire time? A giant wall of ice. You want to know why? Because that's what it looks like when you're looking at the side of a giant fucking circle. I've been sailing along this coast for 10 months. I think it's an infinite wall of jungle. The ship keep telling me that I'm just sailing around Hawaii.
You are muted.
You haven't figured it out?
Go to the Constellations Discord.
Home with me, boy. You're wearing a hat that says Ice Wall. I wish I had the balls to walk around with the sign on my head.
Okay. Do you need me to bring you on stream? Remove. You are still muted. Clamjammer didn't even ask me what I was thinking of making with the clams. Hey, Mad Cat, can you hear me? What are you making with the clams? You are muted. Wait, cancel. I have a... Okay. Still cannot hear you, Mad Cat, my dear. I'm just gonna pop you over here. Okay. You are still muted. Let's see. Clamjammer didn't even ask me what I was thinking of making with the clams. What are you making with the clams? No, it can't be that easy. I hope it's not that easy. Okay. Still cannot hear you, Mad Cat, my dear. I'm just gonna pop you over here. Okay. Let's see. Magnets. No, it can't be that easy. I hope it's not that easy. Now, we're just watching some shorts while Mad Cat is in Discord with me testing something. So we're just gonna hang out for a little bit. Before we raid, I think we're gonna be raiding Wrathbone. How are you doing, buddy? Relatively speaking, my friend.
Cracker bread from 75. Yes, it's fall again, which means it's time for baking, rewatching Twilight, ruminating about your profound lack of physical touch. We start with a whole box of graham crackers because leave it to the Americans to make bread using anything but ingredients for bread. Crush them all up. This is roughly 4 cups of crumbs and several tears from artisan bread.
Hey, Zack, now.
3 teaspoons of fluff.
We're just
Now into a separate.
watching some shorts while Mad Cat. Nope, that's not. Is in Discord with me testing something. So we're just gonna hang out for a little bit. Before we raid, I think we're gonna be raiding Wrathbone. How are you doing, buddy? Relatively speaking, my friend.
Using my locally sourced
Okay, I don't think Mad Cat needs me to bring her onto Twitch. We're just testing Discord. Okay.
Communicating using only vowels. Beat. Combine. And that's it. Basically 3 ingredients. Into a greased loaf pan. 350 for 50 minutes to an hour. Woo! Can I show you something? It's my cookbook. Oh, sorry, I tricked you. Finally, cover with a can of frost.
Nope, that's not. Dang it. Bugger.
Wow, splendid. There's no butter or oil, yet it's surprisingly moist. Gorgeous. Pumpkin cracker bread from 75. Yes, it's fall again, which means it's time for baking, rewatching Twilight.
Calamenta nepatoides blue cloud. Hands down, one of my favorite trials.
Okay, I don't think Mad Cat needs me to bring her onto Twitch. We're just testing Discord. Okay.
What? Correct. Our famous comic actor was Mr. Will. Mr. Will Hay, correct. A legal question now. A man is released from prison because he has received the royal...
Pardon?
The royal pardon, correct. And what were the last words of Ludwig van Beethoven?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yes, they were. Correct. The name of the first Bond film was Dr. Do you know it?
No.
Dr. No, correct. I want you now to tell me the first 2 words of the song that goes on, Give You Anything But Love, Baby.
I can't.
I can't give you anything but love, baby. Correct.
Yeah.
What is the English for je ne sais pas?
I don't know.
Yeah, so
What is the standard reply of a British Rail information officer?
Y'all are not treated fair.
Can you give me...
Eggnog from 1895. So eggnog is already one of my favorite things, but homemade is supposedly 10 times better. Oh my gosh, by golly. We start with the yolks of 5 eggs. Save the whites. Then we whisk in sugar. Doesn't tell me how much, so I'm gonna use a cup. It's Christmas. Yes, I will be calling this eggnog. Now we add 2 cups of moo juice and 1 cup of heavy cream to a cauldron. Sorry, my cauldron's in the dishwasher. 7 m, 4 cloves. Fire.
Yeah.
We're scalding, not boiling. Then we temper the eggs with about half of this mixture. And then back you go.
Yeah,
okay,
I suck now.
Thick. Done. Strain it. Not today, cloves.
Y'all are not
Whites.
treated
Come
fair.
on. Time for mixing. Just a touch of sugar. Fold. Nutmeg. Now, if you're not comfortable with raw egg whites, you can heat this whole mixture back up, but it won't be as fluffy. To the fridge. Oh, it's thick. More nutmeg. Oh dear. This has ruined all other eggnog. Delicious. It's life-changing. It's Christmas. Eggnog from 1895. So eggnog is already one of my favorite things, but homemade is supposedly 10 times better. Oh my gosh, by golly. We start with the yolks of 5 eggs.
Hey, what's up, everyone? We're here with our good friend Charlotte.
What have we got? What is this?
Would you like to have a heaving bosom, but you have no bosom to heave? Well, this is a...
This is so absurd. I gotta make it.
And welcome to
Okay.
Sandwich, the series where I let fate decide my lunch.
Just wait.
No.
Real interesting.
Let's get started with our roll for bread. 3, pickle.
So I got one of these pickle pouches, which I'm gonna scoop out the inside, just like he did.
Next up, let's roll for main.